It's 4 o'clock on Monday afternoon, August the 2nd. The Goldsboro City Council regular meeting agenda is called to order. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Ham.
Here.
Councilmember Jones.
Here.
Councilmember Broadway.
Here.
Councilmember Polak.
Present.
Councilmember Matthews.
Present.
Councilmember Aycock.
Here. All members are present. Next item is adoption of the agenda. I think the manager has an addition.
Yes, sir. If we could add under items requiring individual action, item M, emergency sewer repair. The city engineer has asked to have that added.
Move to adopt.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. Any opposed? Okay, so the motion is adopted. Let me finish my note here. Okay. Next item is old business, and since I'm involved in the old business, I'm going to ask to be excused and someone be appointed to run the meeting in my absence.
Move to appoint Councilman Pollock as the moderator during this portion of the interviews.
Second.
Any other opposition, any comments? All in favor of Councilman Pollock taking over the meeting, raise your hand, please. And I'd like to be excused. Motion to excuse.
Okay, we need to make a motion for Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Ham to be excused for this section of the interview process.
I move that Mayor Pro Tem Ham be excused for this portion.
Second.
You have any questions? Okay, all in favor, right hand. Those opposed, same. Motion passes. Give Mr. Ham time to leave the room.
He can stay in the room.
Okay.
Just like him being a member of the public,
Okay.
or somebody else could, as far as it goes. It's just, the issue was gonna be the voting, but him being in here to participate and listen to what other candidates have to say, just like any other candidate can, he's allowed to do that.
Okay.
I think he's gone to the room anyway.
Okay, so before the interview process begins, I want to give an order of the proceedings that will take place. The names of the applicants will be done by alphabetical order of the last name. Each applicant will be given a maximum of 10 minutes to give their remarks. If less than 10 minutes is needed, questions from the council will begin. The order in which questions will be asked is in the order of districts, from District 1 through District 6. After the last question from the last district, which will be Mr. Aycock, is asked, the next applicant will advance to the podium. And I have a list of the names here. So I will, Ms. Laura, will you be calling the names as they finish, or?
I can, that's up to you.
Okay, yeah. So after Mr. Aycock asks his last question to each applicant,
Okay.
you'll announce the next person
Yes,
to
sir.
proceed to the podium. Last but not least, want everybody to be reminded that this is not a campaign rally. No applause, outbursts, or other disrespectful action will take place in these chambers. Refusals to abide by this will warrant removal from the officer on duty. With that being said, with no further ado, I think our first applicant is Ms. Stephanie Love Bostic. If you're present, will you approach the podium and begin? Your clock is right in front of the clerk's desk. Be mindful of your time. As I said, anyone that exceeds the 10-minute mark will be silenced by the gavel, and it will go to the next person. That's just for respect of everybody's time, as I know you've all prepared a presentation, so I want everybody to have their due time. Thank you. How you doing, Ms. Bostic?
Very well, thank you, sir. Good afternoon. My name is Stephanie Love Bostic. I am a healthcare professional who has no experience as a political official. However, sometimes no experience is the best way to begin. The world is ever changing and evolving to accommodate the times. I feel that it is important to preserve, revere the past, respect the present in order to change the future. We stand today upon a precipice of an ever-changing political image. Politics and political offices are no longer a man's world, they are a woman's too. I stand before you today, one of 8 candidates vying for the position as mayor. as a woman to be given equal consideration for the face of the city of Goldsboro. What makes me qualified to be the next mayor? That remains to be seen. I feel as though there needs to be a fresh approach to the city and issues therein. Our city is growing in various ways, some within ourselves and our views, and others through the population alone. We have to remain open to new ideas and views in order to adapt to an ever-changing world. We also need not to forget our foundation from which our government was founded and the inalienable rights that we as individuals revere with pride. We as private citizens, including myself, should take pride in our city, state, and federal government. Our country was built on different ideas from various walks of life through blood, sweat, and tears. However, the goal was still universal, to have a successful government that its citizens can dwell without fear or condemnation. Do we see eye to eye on issues? No, we do not. However, we need to listen without judgment in order to fully understand the needs of our citizens. Notice I said needs, not wants. Needs are those entities that are useful in aiding individuals to live as best as they can. Wants can be viewed as things that are not provided, however worked for. The city needs to meet the needs of rather than the wants. This is an inclusive to all officials, public service personnel, and the citizens. It is not a handout rather than a hand up. We as individuals should want better for ourselves as well as our government, both near and far. The decisions of officials who hold office shape the society we live in today. There are some we can be proud of, and then there are others who put themselves above the better good. It is vital to officials to regain the fire and passion to govern in fashion that restores the hope and respect of all citizens for which they serve. It should not be about political party affiliation as much as it should be about you as a person with heart, respect, determination, and a willingness to succeed. It is about serving a cause that is much larger than any political party and even more so than oneself. I am passionate about serving the public in some capacity. I have been a healthcare professional for almost 11 years within a doctor's office and as an EMS official. I have heard hundreds of stories from all walks of lives, and I have laughed and cried with people of all demographics. I still have people who come up to me to this day and still say thank you to me for the time that I spent with them and trying to make the issue easier, if only for a few minutes, through a listening ear or giving a kind word. When a public service professional experiences that, that is the greatest feeling one can achieve. The citizens need to feel that they can approach an official and feel their concerns are received with a genuine attitude of consideration and not one of leverage. Maintaining an approachable demeanor is paramount to the success of a government, no matter the size. No one official is better or more powerful than the other. It is a team effort to either make a government succeed or destroy it. It is what you make of it that determines your impact as an official and the mark you make on society and how you are remembered for generations to come. It is important for an official to be accessible to its citizens. Why? It is them that we serve to its greatest capacity. By doing so and broadening community relations throughout the year, rather than just coming out into a public view through the election campaigning, you maintain that personal interaction that is needed in order to make a true difference and make citizens feel as their voices are truly being heard. The citizens are the ones that keep officials having a job. I have been involved in 2 of the local performing arts theater groups in the city. I am a Stage Struck alumni and an active center stage theater performer. As a performer, I am no stranger to being in the view of the public. What must be done to preserve the city of Goldsboro? We must invest in the city fully, apart from political party ideas. We must choose to take care of the city as one would do their own home. We must nurture the heart of the city. The heart is its citizens. In doing so, the attitude of its citizens will grow, their willingness to make themselves better will grow, and the perseverance for the better future will grow. It is imperative as an official to encourage every individual to strive to better themselves. In doing that, the spirit of the city will carry on for the generations to come. Though we are faced with many challenges in all aspects of life, we must not falter in basing our decisions on political bias. We must face each challenge that lay ahead with a humble and kind spirit, and not be blinded upon political party affiliation. No one political party is perfect. No elected official is perfect. If anything, everyone needs work. Excuse me. Everyone needs a new and fresh outlook, a new attitude, a new vision to propel our city into a time of prosperity and inspiration. If appointed as mayor, we will diligently work together to try to birth new ideas and set forth plans of action to make the city of Goldsboro a community that everyone can be proud of. I am very grateful for the opportunity to stand before you today as a contender to be the next mayor of Goldsboro. This is a vital and historical time in our city. It is an obligation to the citizens to set forth a path of leadership that is both scary and inspiring. Scary being that a chance is bestowed on a private citizen who is a healthcare professional to lead the city of Goldsboro. Inspiring being that it will be an equal opportunity for a woman to lead the city of Goldsboro. I would like to extend my sincerest thanks to all of you for your time and consideration for the position as mayor. May God bless you all, and God bless the city of Goldsboro.
At this time, we'll entertain questions from, beginning with Councilwoman from District 1, if there be any.
Thank you very much for your application. And I can, as I read and listen to you, you have a lot of compassion for your constituents, would-be constituents. I would like to know, out of all the ideas that you have and things that you've listed, what is one main goal that you would like to see to move forth with the city if you were mayor?
I would like to see more of unity amongst the city because we are living in a very troublesome time. There is a lot of division and a lot of people who feel different ways. However, we must learn to treat each other as a person, not from race, creed, or however you identify. We must express compassion to everyone, because if not, we will be a world going under.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Broadway, you have any
Again,
questions?
thank you for applying, and taking the time to apply, to
Thank you.
help your presentation. I have a question. As a mayor, what will be the most important aspect of your job?
Most important aspect of my job would be to work with you guys to make decisions that will better the citizens of Goldsboro, both here and within the county region who claim to be Goldsboro citizens. Is to work diligently to, to develop a plan that will not actually just make sense instantly, but also in the future.
Okay, very good. And thank you. Thank you for
Thank you,
applying.
sir.
Thank you for applying. To be unbiased to all the candidates, I have the same series of questions that I'll ask all 8 of the candidates. I have a
Yes,
series
sir.
of 3. This wants a yes or no answer. Would you agree that the most impactful way to receive feedback from the formal votes will be during the regular election cycle, opposed to a board of 5 councilmen making a majority vote?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Following up that question, since the general consensus of votes of constituents is calculated during the election cycle, why did you choose not to seek this office at a time where the popular vote represented the majority of the people?
To everything there is a season. I feel that I can be of service to the public because I am a citizen. I've lived amongst the people. I have heard, different things from different political parties and those that share the same difference. I just want to be able to make a mark that says, hey, you know what? An individual person can actually do this. That it's not just those that feel as if they were born to do it. Some people are called to do it.
And my last question, finally, what resources or experience do you bring to this board that you feel makes you the most qualified candidate during the midterm mark of this administration?
As I said in my speech, I have worked in healthcare. I have heard different stories from every walks of life, from Hispanic to African American, to Asian, and it all comes down to service to the person and the people. It is not just for one area alone. It is to make sure that we be able to live our lives as best we can with what we have. Some have more than others, which is a blessing. Some have less than others, which can also be a blessing. But the thing about it is that we just need to work together to make this a city that we can all be proud of, to bring unity. Like I said, we are in a terrible time of division, and no one person is better than the other. We all bleed red.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
My question is going to come straight from your application.
Okay.
You mentioned on the question, why are you interested in serving as mayor of the city of Goldsboro? That your eyes was open to a lot of areas that needed to be addressed. Can you share some of those areas with the council?
One thing I've noticed is that the homelessness is a very, very rampant thing in the city. I have seen more people panhandling on the streets than ever before than I ever saw as a child. I think that there needs to be programs that they have access to. Some may not even have access to know the programs. So it is our job, if we see them, and say, hey, look, you know what? I know you might be down on your luck, but if you go to maybe the Fordham House, you can lay down and possibly get, a meal to help sustain you for a day or two. And at least have some place that you can lay your head at night and not have to fear, am I going to wake up in the next morning?
Thank you.
Ms. Bostic, thank you for being here and thank you for applying. My one question to you is, one thing that you didn't mention in your presentation was our largest economic engine in this city and county is Seymour Johnson Air Force Base.
Yes, sir.
And do you think that you have the experience to work with the armed forces to make sure that Seymour is a viable force for the unforeseeable future?
Yes, sir. I am a very pro-military individual. All the branches except for the Air Force are represented in my family. And I think it is vital that we have the defense that we do. And it is equally important to work with them because they are the ones that keep our freedom and be able to do what we want to do or would like to do as individual citizens. But I'm very open to working with the military locally.
Well, not only locally, you have to do state and nationally
Yes, sir.
also.
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's my only question.
Okay. Thank you, Ms.
Thank
Ma'am.
you, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Councilwoman.
Ms. Boston. At this time, Mr. Elton R. Brewington, if you would approach the podium, please. And sir, your time is right over by the clerk. Begin when you. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Greetings, everyone.
Greetings.
Greetings.
How are you?
Good, thank you.
Clipper. Your clipper's right down there.
Very good, thank you. Thank you, sir. First, I count it a pleasure to stand before you this evening. My name is Elton R. Brewington, and I am a child of this city, or a product of the city. First thing I want to do is thank our former mayor in his absence, Chuck Allen. And while we may not have agreed on everything, I counted him as a friend, comrade, because he loved this town. He loved this town, and I want to thank him for his service to our fair city, as I'd like to thank you all for your service to our fair city. A lot goes on in this town, and probably we never get the respect and appreciation that we're due in time for the work we do. What I want to do while we're here, you'll understand what my endeavors are and important factors of work. You'll find out about my experiences and background. and then you'll come to know what my endeavors for this city are, what I perceive to be important, and then you'll come to ask me questions, I guess. So with the time we have here, first, in terms of where we stand and what we need, Goldsboro is a wonderful city. I grew up here. As a matter of fact, one of your fine mayors trained me, Mr. Hal Plunk. I used to drive school buses in this town, and he saw something in me to consider me to drive school buses that high school students could do. And what a fine man, and I appreciate his instructions, if you will. Okay, what the city needs. Fortunately and foremost, we need economic growth, economic prosperity, and which is essential. I believe that of the 34,000 to 36,000 people that live in our fair town, there must be at least 20% unemployed or underemployed. We have to address that. This is an opportunity for every citizen in this city, and we can and must make sure that everybody who wants viable opportunity to live and work, that they can. Second, we need to make sure that we supply accessible health care. People, this is a farmer town. We've got a pretty good health instructor center, but people need to get good health care, good doctor visits, good instructions, and those kind of things. Now, and also, most importantly, we have to find the bonds that pull us together. I mean, we have diversity working in our favor, but we need to pull our community together so that everybody feels like they have a running start, an opportunity for their families, an opportunity to work and pay their bills, an opportunity to assemble or move forward. And then we also need to offer a premium education model. I mean, our education in terms of what's required from one city to the next may have important distinctions, but every child deserves a good education. And we need to make sure that we cover the ground that some of our kids are missing because they're not educated and can't acclimate to higher levels of education. So we have to put that in order. And we also need a citizen protection and care plan. Each citizen should feel safe. They should feel safe and feel protected and feel that the city is looking out for their every best interest. And then we need to and have to support our men and women in uniform. You know, they play a vital role in making sure that tomorrow, and it can assimilate and prosper that way. Now, is it the side button that I push?
The middle button.
Huh? Middle one?
Middle.
Oh, very good. What else go? Now, this is a slide that just indicates where I've come from. I have a pretty colorful history and background. I was educated here in Goldsboro, went to a state college. And this is just an assembly of what I've been doing recently, and there are a couple of slides that said it too. But, so I've been actively engaging in work plus social programs, which I think are the foundation for tomorrow. Okay. Next, this indicates that my education and career development. I have spent some years in city government. I worked as a traffic director in the city of Greensboro. That was post-college, but the only city government, I'll say. But after my early career, but then I moved to contract work. I've worked in global trade divisions. I've worked with United Press International for a DC conglomerate. I've worked with contractors, subcontractors, and those kind of things. So I understand the relevance of business, the relevance of people coming to this town and they're looking for opportunity, looking for jobs. Right now, Raleigh is probably the largest, Raleigh and Charlotte are probably the largest population cities in town, in the state. And they're the largest because they bring economy, they bring jobs, they bring opportunity, they bring growth potential. So people want to go to those areas. Now, one of the problems perhaps in Goldsboro, we have first claim on Seymour Johnson retiring personnel. First claim. When they're looking to retire from Seymour, they have Goldsboro to consider as the first stop. And there's no reason that we're not turning more numbers to get more of our Seymour Johnson retirees to consider Goldsboro over any other direction. Now, I've got a very good understanding when it comes to contracts, government and subcontract. Now, one thing you need to know here, this is going to stagger you. Last year, 2017, North Carolina received almost $66 billion from U.S. government and civil contracts. $66 billion, North Carolina, fourth largest contracting state in the country. The fourth, $66 billion. Now, out of $66 billion, there's no reason that Goldsboro shouldn't get more of that money and work and put people to work in really skilled, well-paying jobs. I think Durham just received almost $1.6 billion for its local economy. So Goldsboro can do quite well under the same conditions. Let me move along here. Okay? Now, federal contracting. Now, whatever we do, as Councilman Acock said, Seymour Johnson is one of our #1 clients. Seymour Johnson, by the state of North Carolina, citizens from the city, and small business, more small business growth. Great opportunity. We have the prospects to grow enormously. And one of the factors that we need to put a lot of attention on is, of course, our jobs and our population. Our population, we are right now at 34 to 36,000 people. I think we should increase that by 15%. 15% because we need the revenues. We need the revenues to plan further, to look forward to tomorrow, so that all of our communities will be protected and cared for in substantial ways. Okay, and let me move forward. This is just a focus on my commitment to justice, protecting our community, and what that means for tomorrow. Okay, and of children, our education. You know, I think I was talking to a board member. Now, one of the big issues facing our school board is that we have some homeless children. We have homeless children. How is a child that's homeless going to focus on learning on a regular basis? It could be the brightest kid in our community. We have to target them and make sure we eliminate as many of the problems that we can for our academics and our children. If we can do that, we could probably educate the next scientist that solves the problem of cancer. So let me move along. I'm committed to social programs and organizations in our community. We can do great things when we do them together. We can do great things when we do them together. That's, I think, a community of the Purple Hearts, military personnel that went above and beyond in their call to duty. One social group was our 3-in-1 Family Center, who feeds the homeless and does great things with them that way. And that's it. Made it. Cut the time. So I want to thank you for your time. Appreciate your consideration. And just know that I'm committed to making sure this is a fine and wonderful time, and that we continue the legacy of what we can do. And I ask that each participant that is considering this office, that we find a way to work together no matter what the outcome. So, amen. With that being said, I'll leave it to you if you have questions.
Thank you so much for all the information that you've shared in your presentation. I really enjoyed reading and listening to you, sir. And you gave so many great ideas. But what is one of the, and this is going to be a question that I asked everyone, sure, because I want to be fair across the board. It's only one question. What will be your main focus? You had some, you said economic growth, well, so what would be your main focus?
I had a senior person tell me one time, keep the main thing the main thing. Mm-hmm. Okay? The main thing. How can I put this? Is making sure that every Goldsboro citizen has what they need to be comfortable, prosperous, and protected.
Okay.
Does that
Thank you,
answer
sir.
the question?
It does.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, very good. Okay. Robert.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Coming and obviously doing a lot of homework coming in.
Sure.
And I'll ask every candidate the same.
Please.
And the question I have, as mayor, what will be the one most important aspect of your job?
Class B, the one most.
She kind of got me a little bit. I'm
The one
gonna ask
most
the same
important
question.
thing to my job, or what is the one most important thing?
What is the one most important aspect of your job as being mayor?
Oh, managing time, managing my time. Yeah, I was thinking about that today. You're gonna have to manage your time carefully with all your different issues and objectives, how to do them. And so it's gonna come down to minutes, moments, seconds, hours, days, like that.
You're good. Thank you, sir.
You're very welcome.
I just want to preface my series of questions by saying publicly I appreciate your support in my past endeavors, and I value your level of consistency. As you know, in politics, when you don't do something that one person may want to see, you'll be flipped on.
Oh, yeah.
But I do value that you still have remained a supporter of me. So like I said earlier, the same 3 questions will be asked to all the candidates. And by the way, all these questions were generated before anybody applied once I heard of the process. So I wanted to be as unbiased as possible. Yes or no, would you agree that the most impactful way to receive feedback in the form of votes would be during the regular election cycle, opposed to a board of 5 councilmen making a majority?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so after that question, since the general consensus of votes of constituents is calculated during the election cycle, why didn't you seek this office at the time where the popular vote was represented by the people?
Actually, it has come down and around to issues facing our community and getting myself ready, actually. I mean, when it comes down to serving your community, you know, quite frankly, you got to get in the right space. You got to get in the right space, and it requires a level of devotion and direction that's important for your actionable items and actionable tasks. If that answers your question.
Yes, sir. And finally, what resources, see your level of experience, but what resources or experience do you bring to this board that you feel makes you the most qualified candidate during the midterm mark of this of the current administration?
Good question. I said it before. Actually, it comes down to my ability to collaborate and negotiate and discuss matters with persons and people. You know, because quite frankly, 2 to 3 people, sometimes you get in order of pizza. You know, so It takes collaboration and understanding everyone's point of view so you can reach consensus. That's the valuable word, consensus. We may not get everything we want, but we'll get what we need, and we'll be able to prosper and move forward over time. And so that's my response to that.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you for your time
How are
today.
you? Good to see you.
I'm doing good. Hope you are. My question is going to come directly from your application. Okay.
Sure.
You mentioned about there not seeming to be a true diverse initiative. Can you give us a glimpse of what your diverse initiative would look like for our city?
Very good, very good. Quite frankly, diverse, I mean, the power of our diversity here is amazing. But there are some pockets in our community that we really need to reach out to. They need to be heard, understood, and comparatively developed. You need to hear from, I mean, I don't know what the numbers look like, but there are probably some communities, some neighborhoods in our community that probably don't speak English. Don't speak English, and we don't hear from them, don't know it. And then how can you understand what their cares and concerns are? Unless we understand it, we find some vital way to respond and communicate. Then, and that's essential. So, you know, when it comes to diversity, you know, I'm a product of diversity. I understand diversity, and I understand what our community can get to and reach with the proper attention to it.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
Mr. Brewington, you mentioned in your presentation about Raleigh and Charlotte and all that. I want to go back, and when I was in college in 1968, which was a long time ago, but Research Triangle Park and medical school at Greenville were both came about through visionaries. One being Governor Hodges for Research Triangle and Leo Jenkins for the medical school. Without those visionaries, neither one of them would have been accomplished. And Goldsboro was the same size as Greenville in '68.
Is that right?
Yep, and you see where it is now and where we are. Do you consider yourself a visionary?
I mean, the proper term of the word, sure, yeah, absolutely, hands down. Because I mean, but you know, a visionary is also required to be a true visionary. You need the courage of your conviction for your vision. I mean, what good is a vision if you don't have the courage to act on it? You know, I mean, you really, it takes some collaboration. It takes some negotiations. It takes development and understanding. And you know, sometimes it's difficult to speak when you're not heard, but you still keep speaking because that's what the nature of visionary is. And so, but to answer your question, sure, yes, I do. And I didn't know that the two cities were the same at the time that those visionaries came. So, but there's no reason to think that we here at Goldsboro don't have vision too. You know, we just need to move forward with it that way.
Thank you.
Very good. Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right.
At this time, if we can have Dr. David Leonard Craig approach the program.
I want to thank y'all for the opportunity to come and speak with y'all today, put forth my credentials and my ideas about how we should proceed in the city. The PowerPoint control.
Oh, yeah. Please put this. I just wanted to tuck it away.
Middle button.
The middle one. All right, thank you. So good afternoon. My name is Dr. David Craig. I have a PhD in sociology. PhD stands for Doctor of Philosophy. That is the terminal degree in sociology, which simply means that I have studied at the highest level of academia, and I possess a breadth and depth of knowledge that allows me to examine systematically and scientifically what's going on in our social world. If you forgive my broken English, which I will use, then for the next approximately 9.5 minutes, I will speak to you concerning my qualifications for the position of mayor, as well as how I intend to help our city reach its goals, which are totally in line with my vision for Goldsboro. First, let me share a little bit about myself. I'm a native son of Goldsboro, and I love Goldsboro. I love my city. Early on, I was raised by a single mother with 2 other siblings in our home, of which I am the oldest. Early on, we were in and out of the projects. Nevertheless, as a testament to my mother, she became a registered nurse while we lived in the projects, and today, all of her children at least have master's degrees. So I thank my mother, who's back there, and I thank God for my mother. All praise is due. I also want to thank her husband, Mr. Wade, who has been an absolute father figure and mentor to me for the past 14 years. I really appreciate them both. By profession, I am an educator and an analyst. My overall area of expertise is in sociology. This allows me to engage my professional interests, which include but are not limited to research, policy analysis, and policy formulation. One thing that appears to have been overlooked is that for the city of Goldsboro to accomplish what is laid out in its strategic plan, there must be policies and procedures and/or ordinances put into place that bring about those results. On one level, the points of the strategic plan does capture the overall sentiments of citizens and city employees who took the survey. However, the metrics within the actual strategic plan do not adequately capture what it is that citizens and employees want to see. For instance, does anyone think that these 3 metrics address the survey responses of citizens and employees for which the council used as a basis for for its strategic plan. As I read the first metric for cultural diversity and sensitivity training, the metric says the percentage of all city employees who receive cultural diversity and sensitivity training. It also says, under diverse boards and commissions, the percentage of board member diversity on all the city's boards and commissions based on race. Racial diversity includes non-white, and it goes on to describe the different categories of persons. And then housing and community development. The metric definition, the annual percentage of U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Community Development block grant funds extended by the city for activities that benefit low to moderate income persons. So here's the thing. How is that going to promote racial and cultural harmony? If you think about it, the city can achieve 100% on each of those measures, and we still won't have racial and cultural harmony in our city. So what I'm saying is that we need to really dig a little deeper so that we can understand what it is that we're trying to do. To do away with racial to do away with racial disharmony, you must dismantle the mechanisms through which racial disharmony is created. None of these metrics address the racial disharmony that exists within Goldsboro. Neither do they address the sentiments of the citizens and employees who took the survey. In my view, the basis of those sentiments contained in the survey results from which the strategic plan drew came from what our citizens and city workers saw and experienced as it relates to three things. One, our city as a whole, and two, the lack of proper functioning of our city government to include the city council. That's what those responses were about. Do our citizens and city workers see and perceive Goldsboro as having increased poverty? Yes. Do we have a lack of good paying jobs and economic opportunity? Yes. Do people feel that Goldsboro lack adequate recreation, especially for our children? Yes. And this is the perception above, and there is the perception that these three things, these 3 points, the first 3 points, there is a broad perception that those first 3 points are caused by what? That it is a manifestation of white older people using their money, power, and influence to keep things this way. So if we want to have racial harmony, we have to deal with these issues. Now, notably, what happens if you get rid of 1, 2, and 3? There's no longer the perceptions that rich, white, older people are keeping us back. So what I'm saying is we have to really align the goals of the city in a coherent way. All right. In addressing 1, 2, and 3, 2 years ago, I presented a set of proposals that specifically address those first 3 bulleted points. You can find those in the handouts out there. I'm sorry. You can find those in the handouts out there. Anyway. But there's more to the story. Other survey results from which the strategic plan drew were based upon perceptions of the lack of proper functioning of our city government to include our city council. That's why one of the goals was model for excellence in government, followed by the values of professionalism and integrity. The respondents' responses were based on perceptions of corruption, incompetence, on professionalism, unfair treatment, and or racism. But human behavior also is polysemic, which means one action or set of behaviors can have multiple meanings. So when respondents saw or experienced something, they could have also been looking at something else as well. this brings me to my next point. I contend that the perceptions of corruption, incompetence, unprofessionalism, and unequal treatment has also been greatly influenced by what some people might call, or some persons might call, a de facto strong mayor form of government. Under a strong mayor form of government, the mayor runs the city. However, North Carolina does not have a strong mayor system. And one of the expectations of our mayors in North Carolina is that they will support the council manager form of government. Although on paper, our city government operates under a council manager form of government, it has been running under an official strong mayor form of government for the past 6 years. This type of governmental form is more fraught with corruption and incompetence because under the strong mayor form of government, some persons' allegiances are more likely to be tied to persons than to the public good. I also want to say, just because there are persons in official positions does not mean that they have not abdicated their responsibilities. They may not know what it is they ought to do, and then in some cases, they might just not care. One of the things I know in talking about the strong mayor system is, and this is no slight, but our former community relations director referenced the mayor as being like a CEO. And I just found it strange that our current mayor pro tem, when he was asked to describe the role of mayor, he said that of a CEO. Basically, my plan is that revamp all of our ordinances and policies to come in line with the strategic plan of the city. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Jones, you have a
Yes.
question?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Craig.
Thank you, ma'am.
I don't have a question for you because you answered them. You answered them through your plans, your strategic plan. So I know what your focuses are,
Okay.
and so thank you so much
Thank you, ma'am.
for always providing an excellent presentation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. I'm gonna ask the same question that I've been asking. And as the mayor, what would be the one most important aspect of your job day to day?
The one most important aspect of my job is to restore and build public trust. Period.
Thank you.
Dr. Creer, I had the same question I asked everybody. Yes or no, would you agree that the most impactful way to receive feedback in the form of votes would be during a regular election cycle opposed to a board of 5 councilmen making a majority vote?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, following that up, since the general consensus of votes of constituents is calculated during the election cycle, why did you not seek this office at a time where the popular vote represented the voice of the majority of the people?
Yes, sir. I'm going to be honest, and I'm going to put someone on the spot right now. I was talked out of it by Mr. Jim Ford. He told me that I needed to be a council person first. I took his advice, and I ran for District 6 council seat, which I lost. And but if I may take a moment to continue, one of the things that was said concerning me during that running was there was this suggestion made that I had the backing, or I was backed by a group of people. Let me say that out of the $7,000 or $8,000 that I spent, only $400 came from other people. So that was not true. But I took my lumps and I still kept my head up. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Last question. Finally, what resources or experience do you bring to this board that you feel makes you the most qualified during the midterm mark of this administration?
What makes me the most qualified is that I've studied and I am studying you all. I am aware of what's going on and what it is that we need to do collectively to right this ship on the right path. And it is not about personalities. There is nothing personal. What it is about is making sure that our city government is able to take care of its people. And in order to do that, we have to put policies and procedures and ordinances in place that are able to accomplish that, irrespective of who the people are that hold public office. Thanks, sir.
Thank you for your time today.
Yes, ma'am.
My question will be coming from your application. So when asked why you are interested in serving as the mayor of the city of Goldsboro, your interest was obviously making Goldsboro a better place to live for all people. And you have strong belief that this can happen. But you alluded to we needed better leadership.
Yes.
So my question is, what would you like to see that you don't see in the current leadership, and how can you contribute to that?
I would like a return to the council manager form of government as it was intended under general statute. And I would like to see ordinances and policies put into place that move officials as well as people that work within the government and employees in that direction. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Dr. Craig, I believe you've answered all my questions in your presentation and in your application, so I appreciate it, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. At this time, if Mr. Walter David Ham would approach the podium for your presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen of the council and audience, and for the citizens that are watching at home. When I first began to run for office in 2015, my primary goal was to contribute something to the city that is my home. I was a novice and idealistic about what I might be able to accomplish, but I took that challenge. Those 4 years were both an education into the affairs and responsibilities of municipal government and the personalities that came together to consider the development policies that would impact the lives of 36,000 individuals, namely the citizens of Goldsboro. I don't have to remind you, those were bitter and personal clashes, and at times I wondered what I had gotten myself into, and was it worth it? Throughout that period, however, we did accomplish some major city improvements, and in the end, I had a sense of pride in my involvement in those accomplishments. In 2019, when I ran for re-election, again, I had several people ask me, why would I want to put myself in that position? Believe me, I asked that same question of myself, and the answer is always the same. Goldsboro is my home, and I want to make it a better place. A place that we can all be proud to call home. So I ran for and was reelected. That same motive for running for a second term as District 5 representative is the same reason that I am running again for mayor of Goldsboro. And the same question is being asked of me again. Why do you want to subject yourself to the criticism, the stress, the responsibilities, etc.? Well, there are some, but not all of those reasons. As I stated in my application, I have seen Goldsboro at its best and its worst. That is to say that I remember Goldsboro as the thriving economic hub of Eastern North Carolina, where people from Raleigh to New Bern, from Rocky Mount to Wilmington came to shop, where every storefront was occupied by flourishing business, where every parking space was occupied with cars that transported shoppers, where industry abounded and jobs were plentiful. I also remember in more recent times when storefronts were empty and buildings that once housed successful businesses became empty spaces along the sidewalks. when parking spaces were just that, spaces with no vehicles, and industry was just a memory. But, ladies and gentlemen, something is happening in Goldsboro. In the last 10 years, the face of Goldsboro has changed drastically. We see a new economic effort underway to transform our city. We see public investment that improves services to our citizens and private investment in both retail and industry. This came about because people like you, as city leaders, and our citizens saw and continue to see the potential in this historic city. It takes people of courage to make private and corporate investment. And it also takes city leaders with courage to sometimes make unpopular decisions that may go against the conventional thinking in order to create change, as has happened here in Goldsboro. I have been a part of that change, and I want to see it continue. For Goldsboro to grow, it must be prepared for growth. What I mean is that we must have the infrastructure to support both residential and industrial growth. Much has been said recently about our critical water and sewer situation. Our current capacity will not support anticipated future growth. We are working to upgrade the capacity of both services, but funding is a major concern. Growth is happening all around Goldsboro, especially in our north and western sections. As cities west of us continue to enlarge and the price of housing escalates, people are moving east into Goldsboro because of less expensive housing. Seymour Johnson Air Force Base, our valued neighbor, is expanding as well, creating jobs and creating economic growth. We are seeing local residential and retail construction expanding to support that rising growth. To support this progress, we must upgrade these two critical services. We do not want to be in a position where we cannot support our own economic expansion opportunities. We must give this high priority. Security of our citizens is a great concern of mine. The loss of police personnel seeking other employment and the difficulties recruiting replacements put our police force operating strength at about 80% authorized. This shortage impacts everything from roving officers downtown to patrolling neighborhoods, responding to 911 calls, and placing resource officers in our schools. While our council has placed priority on funding for training, safety, and tactical equipment, and salaries, we must work harder to fill the empty spaces. Every household in the city should feel safe, and we as a council must work together to give them that security. Poverty in our city continues to be an ongoing challenge. Approximately 26% of our population lives in poverty. This is a problem that we must continually work to change. You cannot end poverty by simply giving people money. Jobs must be created for people to earn incomes that bring up their standard of living to an acceptable level. We must create a Goldsboro environment where businesses and industries are willing to invest. 3 years ago, I presented my concept to create an economic development master plan for Goldsboro. It had public support and was approved by the council. The plan identifies existing issues and produces a roadmap to create 3, 5, and 10-year public and private investments in our commercial districts and surrounding neighborhoods. This plan will improve our communities and attract private investment and create jobs that our citizens need. Unfortunately, funding and COVID interrupted the plan execution. I will continue to seek funding from our state and federal governments so that we are able to move forward on this plan. Affordable housing is another issue that we must confront. Housing costs, as we are aware, are escalating while salaries are somewhat stagnant. People starting out careers in law enforcement, medical services, education, and our Seymour Johnson Airmen are having difficulties being able to afford rent or purchase decent housing. While our city departments have worked with developers to improve the availability of affordable housing, a severe shortage still exists. Our council must make this a priority as we go forward. I am no longer a novice councilman, but I'm still idealistic. There are many issues that our council must address to make the city a more viable place for our citizens and our Seymour Johnson family to live and work. And I, as mayor, will be leading that effort. My past experiences in both military and corporate professions have demonstrated that I undertake the role of leadership seriously. I believe that the future of this city is bright. Since mid-March of this year, I have performed the duties of mayor of Goldsboro. I have done so with a sense of obligation to the citizens of this city, that regardless of gender, color, economic standing, everyone is considered in the decisions I make. That, ladies and gentlemen, will continue to be my standard.
Thank you. Ms. Jones, do you have a question?
Yes, thank you so much, sir. As you mentioned, you have been in the position as Mayor Pro Tem. I want to know what if you were to be selected as the mayor, appointed as the mayor, what would you now do to move forward as the mayor?
Well, there are two mayors before me that established legacies in this city, Mayor King and Mayor Alley. And I once said that I did not want to do anything that would bring shame on their legacies. I've stated some of the issues here that the city needs. I did not mention our the division that we have in our racial issues. I have been speaking to some local pastors, and my intention is to work with them to form some type of coalition of pastors that we can address. There are over 100 churches in the city, and I think the church has a lot of influence on the community. They're still attending church, although people during COVID have not attended church as before. But that's one of my goals, is to work with the pastors of this community to bring about some harmony within our people.
Thank you.
So,
Well, thank you. As the mayor, and you have been the pro tem for a while, what will be the most important aspect of your job for the next 2 years?
well, as I mentioned in the very beginning of my presentation, when I came on the council, the first 4 years was a lot of disharmony, a lot of friction. This current 1.5 years council has been much better to work with, or work together, I should say. And I think in order for us to accomplish the things that Goldsboro needs, we have to continue to work in a harmonious way. So one of my primary goals would be to keep our people informed, keep them having a say in the discussion of issues that come before the council that affect the city. You do that by communication. And that's one of the things I feel is most important in my should I be elected mayor.
Thank you.
Same series of questions. Yes or no, would you agree that the most impactful way to receive feedback in the form of votes would be during the regular election cycle, opposed to a board of 5 councilmen making a majority vote?
I do.
All right. Since the general consensus of votes of constituents is calculated during the election cycle, why did you not seek this office at the time when the popular vote represented the voice of the majority of the people?
Well, we had a very popular mayor pro tem, had been mayor pro tem for 10 years, I believe, and was running for the position of mayor back in 2019. And quite frankly, I didn't feel that at that point I would be successful in defeating him. So I chose to stay where I was as a 5th district candidate.
Okay. And finally, what resources or experience do you bring to this board that makes you feel that you are the most qualified candidate during the midterm mark of this administration?
Well, I've been a member of the city council now for 5.5 years. I've been the mayor pro tem and acting mayor since March of this year. I've also developed relationships with people both at state level at our Seymour Johnson, which was mentioned before as a major economic driver of this community. Each year I have opportunity to go up to DC and meet with our 2 senators and our congressmen, as I did just a couple of weeks ago. We sat down with Congressman Butterfield and talked about Goldsboro. And then, of course, there are people right here in this community that I have known and worked with. So I think it's the relationships that you build that in order to present the issues to them, gather information from them, and then try to absorb that and take action.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you for your time today. My question is going to come directly from your application. So several times throughout your application, you spoke to the contribution that you have made to the city. My question is, what have you personally contributed, if anything, to your district, District 5, you can use this term or your last term, as it relates to any ideas, programs, events, drives, meetings, or etc.?
Well, that's an interesting question. If you speak to, have I built a park there, or have I paved a street or whatever, streets we have paved, parks we have built, but we as a council, our vote on council has affected the 5th district just like it has affected all of the districts in this city. So pointing to 1 or 2 things, maybe not to the extent that you're asking about, but there have been, I think my service on this council has benefited the 5th district as a whole.
Thank you.
Councilman Ham, sorry I missed part of your presentation, and therefore I'm not going to ask you any questions because I didn't hear the whole presentation, of which I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we'll have Mr. Charles Edward Henry approach the podium, please. And your time is over, just so you know.
Okay, thank you. Well, good afternoon, City Councilors. I'd like to start off by saying thank you very much for having me here today. It's an absolute privilege and an honor. Who is Chuck Henry? Chuck Henry's 67 years old. My wife, Darlene, and myself moved to Goldsboro 3 years ago. We're from Syracuse, New York, and we finally got sick of all the snow, the cold. It was time to move. We have 5 children. Our oldest is 47, and our youngest is 28. Actually, I have one of my daughters, my grandson's here with me today. My education. I graduated high school in 1972. I went to Central City Business Institute, where I had a degree in accounting and business management. I went to Cornell University, where I did labor studies there. I had a passion for labor at the time. As far as my experience goes, in 2003, I was living in the village of North Syracuse, and I decided it was time to get involved with politics. I ran for the village board in 2003. Unsuccessful, but I ran. I put on a good fight, and the mayor at the time appointed me to the Zoning Board of Appeals, where I spent 2 years on the Zoning Board of Appeals. From 2005 to 2007, I was on the Planning Commission for 2 years. In 2007, I ran for a trustee again. I was very successful back in 2007. And I was elected to a 4-year term. And then I was the liaison for the DPW, which we worked on the budget preparations and equipment procurement. I got to learn all the ins and outs of how a DPW operates. And then in 2011, I had to run for another 4 years as trustee. I ran again, and I was successful at that time. And then at the time, the mayor, Mark Atkinson, made me the deputy mayor of the village. At the time he made me the deputy mayor, I also was the liaison to the police department. And again, with the police department, the budgeting and the equipment procurement, and I got to see exactly how they operated for a 4-year period. In 2012, I chaired the committee who was responsible for the revitalization of the village's EOP, which is the Emergency Operation Plan. The main function of this committee was to update existing policies and procedures and to identify any weaknesses. And at that time, we also had the county coordinator for emergency management there, and he expressed an interest in a EOC in the northern sector of the county where we were. We ran with it, and we developed an emergency operations center. The day that the center went into effect, a 79-year-old man came up missing. And with the help of the center, they were able to find him. In 2013, we did a beautiful streetscape project similar to what you've done here on Center Street, which is absolutely beautiful, along with the stormwater runoff. What my vision is the city of Goldsboro is a great place to live. You have a wonderful downtown corridor, the Paramount Theater, Bryant Multi-Sports Complex, Maxwell Regional Convention Center, and of course our golf course. These are all great assets that can be continually capitalized on. The city of Goldsboro has great potential for economic growth. Not only do we have Route 70 that goes right through the city, but we also have the availability of Routes 40 and 95 very close to make the city of Goldsboro a great candidate for new business opportunities. Excuse me. Excuse me one second. As the mayor, you need to continually invest in infrastructure. You need to continually, I get a little nervous, take care of the quality of life. And then you have to come up with one thing that we did in the village, which I'm sure that you do here currently, is you need a 2, 5, 10, 15-year plan as far as equipment replacement. One thing that we did is our fire trucks. A ladder truck, $1.2 million. A pumper truck, $750,000, but I'm sure you're all aware of this. We had it so that within 15 to 20 years, we were refurbishing the trucks. We have another 10 years out of them after that. We need to help the homeless, which I see in my 3 years here, I've seen a lot of homeless people. And they need some serious attention. Shared services to help cut costs. Work on state mandates, which I'm sure you're aware of the state mandates. The unfunded mandates will kill you. And then, of course, keep up the partnership with Seymour Johnson. Wow. Running out of time already, I'm sorry. I'm a little nervous, I'm sorry. I will accept any questions at this time. I'm sorry.
Thank you for your application, sir.
You're welcome. I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous.
It's okay, we all get anxious, it's fine. You said a lot of things, and you also said that you'd been a deputy mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
So if you were appointed to be mayor, what would be your main focus? So you talked about a lot of things, you talked about homeless, and what would be the main thing that
The
you
number
would
one main thing that would really concern me is economic development.
Okay.
If you don't have economic development, the city's going nowhere. You need to constantly concentrate on revenue. It's a big focus. I say without that, you're dead in the water.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Well, thank you for coming in.
You're welcome.
And,
I'm sorry I'm a little nervous.
Having worked in the Syracuse area, I know why you were down here.
Oh, it gets cold and snow.
The question I have is a little along with Councilor John, but as the mayor, what would be day-to-day the one most important aspect of your job?
The one most important thing to me is being the ambassador for the city. You need to be out there. You need the residents to see you. You need the businesses to see you. They have to have respect for the city. They have to have, what's the word I'm looking for? They have to know that you're capable in what you're doing. They have to know that we are here for them.
Okay, thank you.
I have the same series of 3 questions, but I do have an additional question. I just wanted clarity. I was a fireman for 19 years. Did I understand you to say that after 15 years you would refurbish a truck, or because the life expectancy of a truck is about that? I think at that point.
Yes,
it
we
would need to
did,
be
and
replaced
I'm very
instead of
proud of that.
refurbished.
That's exactly what we did. After a 15-year period, the trucks went to the shop, and they were totally refurbished. Once you get done spending around $50,000 on a truck, you get another 5 to 10 years out of the equipment.
So would you be, I guess, in opposition of replacement of equipment, or do you think it would be feasible to, I guess, fix it up for a 5 or 6 year extension? I mean, what route would you go?
I would like to see the extension on it, but you got to be careful how you use the word "fix it up." You want to do a complete refurbishment of it.
Okay, so now I'll go into my 3 questions. Yes or no? Would you agree that the most impactful way to receive feedback in the form of votes would be during the regular election cycle, opposed to a board of 5 councilmen making a majority vote?
Yes.
All right. Since the general consensus of votes of constituents is calculated during the election cycle, why did you not seek this office at a time where the popular vote represented the majority of the people?
I know you're going to ask this. 2 years ago, when the mayor's position was up, I was going to run. My wife had lung cancer.
Sorry to hear that.
I had to spend well over a year with her. So it was very difficult. She needed almost 24-hour day care. I'm sorry about getting a
You
little
can stop.
emotional.
I'm sorry for that situation.
But I took care of my wife.
Finally, what resources or experience do you bring to the board that you feel makes you the most qualified candidate during the midterm mark of this administration?
As I said earlier, I've got a lot of experience working on the board with budgeting, equipment procurement, labor disputes, lawsuits. But I've gone through it all in the village atmosphere, which is basically the same thing, municipality to municipality. Yes, we had about 10,000 residents, and you got about 37,000 here, so it's close.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for your
Sorry
time.
about being nervous again.
It's okay, and take your time. As I was going, my question will come directly from your application, okay? As I was going through your application, and I noticed that you have 15 years of experience as a deputy mayor of
Yes,
North
ma'am.
Syracuse, I wanted to do a little research on North Syracuse because I'm not familiar with it. And what I learned is that you guys pride yourself on a great and safe city to raise a family. So my question to you is, what would you do to ensure that Goldsboro, too, is a great and safe city to raise a family?
That's a very good question. What is nice about that is you want to give your residents something to do. Busy minds is a beautiful thing. What we did a lot of was we had Family Fest, we had Halloween haunts, we had Easter Bunny things. I mean, things where you can get the family involved. And that's what it's all about, a quality of life. You want to get the families involved in what's going on in the community. You're welcome.
Just one question. One of the problems we in Goldsboro have had is our young people graduate from high school, go off to college, and then there's no opportunities when they get out of college, so they leave Goldsboro and you don't see them again. Do you see any path that we could correct that?
I think a way to do that would be, again, your economic development. You have to create the jobs, bring the businesses into the community, good paying jobs, so that the kids will come back to where their roots are. I think it's very important for the economic. If you don't have that, you're not going to survive. I think it's very, very, very important that we have it.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you.
At this time, Miss Alicia Britt Pierce, you will approach the podium.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak to each of you today. You asked that I explain how I am qualified and my vision for the city. Well, first of all, I meet all of the requirements for this position, which was identified in the application. I am a qualified voter in the city of Goldsboro. I am at least 20 years of age and not a judged felon, not having had their rights restored. And I currently live within the boundaries of the city of Goldsboro and have done so for the last 30 days. So I do meet those requirements. Some of my work history, which also further demonstrate that I'm qualified, is that I am an educator here in the Wayne County public school system. I'm also a U.S. Air Force veteran. I have been a budget and program analyst for NASA and Homeland Security as a civil servant worker. I have worked as a government contractor for the Navy, and I worked in the banking industry. All of this experience provides me the understanding on how a government entity works, which I feel is so important, which, yes, would allow me to be able to communicate with our Seymour Johnson at the state, national, and the local level, which I know has been a big question. Now, as it relates to my vision of this city, my vision would be to have individuals sitting on the council that care about the people. My vision includes more jobs, as some of the other applicants have said, and better paying jobs, affordable housing, reduction in crime, and provide shelter for the homeless. I feel that we have several individuals show the city how we can increase revenue and create jobs, but yet it has been ignored. I can only assume that it was ignored because of where the idea came from, or some of our city council members don't see a benefit for their personal income. One of Goldsboro's largest issues is green and greed. For some reason, some individuals think it's not a conflict of interest to own property and vote as a city councilman on things that benefit their personal financial endeavors. Let's consider the newly built hub down the street. We have a city council member that owns the building directly across from that location. Clearly, the funds that the city and the Tiger Grant spent to build the hub benefited the owner of that building, while that owner was voting towards having that happen. The owner of that building can now charge a higher lease amount. It also increased the property value. Several of the renovations that have taken place downtown benefited individuals that sat on our city council. My vision is to stop this type of activity with our tax dollars and focus on how we can help more citizens have quality lives, which I've heard some of the other candidates mention as well. As many of us know, there are individuals that have been making money off of these business ventures. So these individuals would ask for you as councilmen and women to allow this type of activity to continue. I ask that you not. I ask that you consider someone who cares about our citizens. Green and greedy is ruining our city. If individuals want to be business owners and make money, that's great. I visualize those businesses bringing in jobs to the city. Now that's a great benefit for us all. My vision would also include individuals that can relate to the individuals that live in like our lower income housing. About 3 weeks ago at your last meeting, it was saddening to watch residents come in and talk about the living conditions they were being endured and had to deal with. One of them even had to go as far as to saying, "I'm a human being." I agree with her, and I too would like to be treated like a first-class citizen as well. If I was the mayor, I would have met the construction crew the next morning personally on that site, not asking them to come meet me or call me. So I would like to see individuals that's willing to communicate with the citizens, even if the citizens are discussing something that the council does not like. As mayor, I would definitely respond to all emails and encourage all of the council women or men to respond within 48 hours. I would also encourage the council to vote in a resolution or policy that requires anybody working for the city to respond within 48 hours to all emails and calls. I sent each of you an email even about this procedure for this seat. And only 2 people that responded was Councilwoman Matthew and City Manager Solomon. And I thank you both for your response. As mayor, I would want all the city council members to read and be knowledgeable about the things that we are responsible for. As the mayor and presider of the city meetings, I would make sure all members understood the parliamentary procedures as addressed in Robert's Rules of Order, not just count on the city lawyer or the city manager to do that. Some of our most recent issues, such as late audits, losing our Moody rating, is an embarrassment to our city and our community. My vision is to ensure that we change the way we handle our finances and make sure we understand the budget better. My vision is not to ask the city manager and finance director's question about the budget, but to know how to evaluate and audit the finances. All of this mismanagement and failure to manage has put our city in a financial bind, which most of the current council is choosing to solve by implementing higher property taxes and water fees increases. My vision includes realizing that property tax increase and fee increase are better if you do them in small increments. Just like the cost of living increase, so should those fees. They should have been increasing gradually. Great management would understand that and make sure that the increases go along with that versus waiting until it's a mess and fixing it at high rates increases all at once. It seems that everyone wants to shift blame or pretend they were not aware of these issues. However, when the individuals that currently sit on the council and have been here 2 or 3 terms make you wonder, what were they doing? Were they not paying attention, or were they just not caring? My vision would be to see someone appointed that would implement changes, a real strategic plan, and not keep this same mess happening. I would like to give you an analogy of how I see our city and the sad situation that it is in. Imagine a fire engine or a truck, and all the members are on the truck riding. The truck is on fire and it's being driven into a brick wall. Let's assume the driver is the mayor and all the other members are cheering him on and excited about what is happening. They are all disregarding that the truck is on fire and the brick wall is straight ahead. Now, in this analogy, the driver gets off the fire truck. Would you want the next driver to be someone that is in agreement and was excited about the burning truck? Or would you like someone that is willing to extinguish the fire and turn the truck in another direction? To even think for a moment that the line of succession should be considered an individual that was enjoying the ride on the burning truck to be our next mayor have me scratching my head. I personally want someone with a new agenda, a new perspective, and an ability to save us from a burning vehicle and not run our city into a brick wall. It is highly impossible to make the changes we need with the individuals that was on that truck cheering. I hope that you as councilmen and councilwomen would definitely consider getting a well-qualified driver and get this city turned around and going in the right direction. With all that being said, I would like to rescind my application, and I no longer want to be desire to be considered for an appointment, but I do thank you for this opportunity. But if any of you have questions for me, I am willing to answer them.
I don't have a question, Ms. Alicia, but I do have a statement in reference to
I do have a
the
statement as well.
email you sent out. I did see that, but when, it was CC'd to all of us, by the way, but when I saw the city manager's response to your email in the process, I felt that it had been answered, and I didn't see a response back, so that's why I didn't further that conversation. So I did see the email, I saw the response to the follow-up from the city manager, and like I said, I believe in chain of command. If he had told you the response, I just felt that there was no need for me to even elaborate since it had been spelled out. So I did see it, I wasn't ignoring it, but since I saw his response to you, that's why I didn't go any further with it, because he's the city manager, he gave you the answer, I don't want to go over his head with any further communication, so. If that's the email you're referring to.
It is.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And I
Thank
do
you.
have a statement.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for your application, even though you rescinded it. When I read your email, your focus of the email was to make sure and that you had clarification of the process and the procedure. So in the event of me pulling up the statutes, which I did, to email back to you, I not only received an email, I also received a call from the city manager, which said that he had answered your questions. Therefore, I realized that your focus was more important on the clarity of the process than how many people responded. And I want to commend Councilwoman Matthews for responding to you. She is your city councilwoman, and I'm sure she gave you a great answer. I didn't see it, but I want to commend her on that. And the city manager had already said that he had answered your questions. So that is why you did not receive a response from me. Anyone that emails me, I do respond. But since you had already got the statutes, I didn't see the need.
But I did ask all of you if you
Yeah,
really
you
read my
did.
email.
You did.
Because I just wanted to see if you guys were going to respond. I really was. There was a
Okay.
purpose. And I said, even if you don't know, whatever, just say, I'm not sure. What you're saying now could have been said. I see that the city manager have responded, but this is my response to you. I really wanted to see if you all would respond, because I think it's important that you respond to your constituents and us as regular citizens. I think that's important.
Thank you.
Mhm. Thank you. Anybody else?
Does anybody have any more
Thank you
questions?
for your interest.
Thank you. Mhm.
Miss Pierce,
Yes, ma'am.
I know you rescinded your application, but I do value your opinion on something as a budget analyst with the Department of Homeland Security. You talked about us regaining our Moody rating and how one of your number one priorities was going to be financial stability, which we do not have in the city right now. Can you just give me one thing that you would change or cut in the budget? Because I know you spent some time studying the budget. Can you just offer any suggestion of what you would have done given the opportunity to do so?
Well, had I been able to actually had the opportunity to really go back, because one of the things that I think is it's not so much the budget that you now have, but looking at how the spending has taken place also in the past. I mean, if we even think about it, and I try to make things because I teach, if you look at it even from your personal budget, the first thing you do is you look at your spending record, how you did it, to determine how well the new budget is. So even looking at the new budget, there should be a lot of questions that as council members, you guys should be asking on how did it happen, what took place in the last 2 or 3 years. So I, of course, especially when we're dealing with the water, how did we not actually pay attention to our sewage? I think I read something that the last study was in 1987 or something like that. So yes, those would be the first things that I would attack, is just trying to understand why are we waiting to spend this much money fixing a problem? Why are we trying to put Band-Aids on something that we should have been paying attention to all along? It is in fact the responsibility of you guys as council people to not just let the city manager and the financial director and other people. When I worked as an analyst at Homeland Security, we actually digest those budgets to the degree every line. And we went on tours. We asked, have you guys even went on tours? Have you guys went to the water sewage place? Have you guys took a tour there to see if what they're telling you are true? Have you took tours in each of these departments to see what's really going on? So that when they say to you, oh, we're buying truck, blah, blah, blah. Have you went to see the truck? Are the trucks really being purchased that's saying they're being purchased? Are they being cared for? It's your responsibility. Back to, I think someone mentioned, our streets. Have you driven down the streets in all of your community and made sure? And then you would be able to identify where the issues are. You should be able to identify. It shouldn't really always, yes, it's good if the citizens tell you, but if a citizen says there is water building up on corner whatever, don't just call them and tell them. Ride by and make sure that they're fixing it. So yes, as an analyst, I would look at, but I wouldn't look at just one thing. I would look at the total budget. I think the entire budget needs to be looked at, and it needs to be something where you guys can physically go and see the work that's been done by our city employees, and then see if what they're asking is true. Let's look at the last, because I come to meetings. The last meeting, when your police chief asked you to give an increase for him to try to retain people. We understand that as educators, myself and Councilman Polak understand they need to try to retain educators. And we say all the time, but they're never in our classrooms. So they don't see what we go through. So I've been working here now for 3 years. I've never seen a board member in my classroom. I think your employees are asking the same. They want to see you in there so they can show you, so they can validate and show you. The best time I had when I worked for Homeland Security is I went on a tour with the Secret Service and with, because I was over the ICE. I went on a tour when they were returning illegal immigrants back to their country so they could literally show us when we were reading these documents and determining if this is the right funding, they were showing us this is why it costs this much. And you learn so much in that aspect. One of the things I learned then helped me understand and appreciate, honestly, the United States more. When I watched them, actually, the way that they still treated these people, now here now they don't treat them that way, but at that time, the way they were treating people that had to be returned to their countries was amazing to see the money and how we spend it. So I'm just saying it takes a lot when you're analyzing a budget, and you guys need to take responsibility as people that were elected. When you come up here and you say you're being elected, you need to be elected with a care for people and not your personal, and I'm gonna say again, if it's a conflict of interest because your whole desire is, because I think we're building something, but it's building something where your building is going to benefit, to me, you do not make a good council person, and I definitely don't think you need to be mayor. But thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Aycott, do you have any questions? At this time, we'll have Mr. Roderick Cornell White approach the podium. So your time is over there.
No doubt.
Thank
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And my name is Roderick Cornell White. I'm a native of Goldsboro. I'm a product of what was once Goldsboro City Schools. I've attended William Street School. I was part of the first class that was at North Drive Elementary. I still remember the song, "We Welcome You to North Drive School," our home from 8 to 2. I've walked the halls of Carver Heights. I've walked the hallowed ground of Dillard, and I am a graduate of the Goldsboro High School, Cougar Pride. I'm excited to be here. I am a 30-year veteran, combat service. I am retired Army Command Sergeant Major after 31 years of active federal service. I've held every leadership position from team leader, which is in charge of 3 to 5 personnel, to Command Sergeant Major, which was in charge at once of 1,100 personnel. I am a combat veteran of 24 months in the combat zone, and I've been trained in the discipline of engineering. I have returned to give back to the city that was the foundation for my success. The lessons learned at Minniewell Park on the baseball field, or the hard coaching by Coach Nance, Coach Lee, or even Coach Glover, just to name a few, set the tone for me as a man. Now it's my turn to teach, coach, and mentor and lead my city, to become the most sought after economic, educational, and socially satisfying destination in North Carolina. I will use my knowledge and training I have learned through my military travels and education to improve the quality of life of all citizens. Whether it is more venues to go to enjoy, or better paying jobs, or one of the best school systems in North Carolina. I think I'm a good fit for mayor because I bring vast amount of organizational leadership experience. I have an engineering background which will help me to understand the problems and importance of infrastructure. I can help with vast array of projects within our city. I will bring executive level management which entails budget management and performing decision-making processes. I can employ the workforce to its full capabilities and accomplish more with less. My integrity is beyond reproach. I understand the importance of meeting, but not above putting boots on ground in any situation. I am an engaged leader, willing and able to perform where needed. I am self-confident enough to know that I do not have to be the smartest person in the room. I bring a fresh set of eyes, and I have no agenda. My sole purpose for desiring the position of mayor is to improve and move the city forward, the city that I so passionately love. To help improve the quality of life of all citizens, I'm passionate about my city and know that my military as well as my life experiences will help me be the mayor we all need and want. My experiences with budget as a command sergeant major as well as the course chief and operations sergeant major have dealt with budgets as big as $130 million as small as $2 million. I have overseen maintenance, supply, training events, rations, as well as government travel. These events all come from one budget. It is important to set priorities. What is good to have might not be what we need. I have to come to understand and learn that some things that are important to the department is not quite as important in the grand scheme of things. I also learned that it's important to have budget meetings to keep abreast of spending and maintain the flexibility to reallocate all funds if needed. So I think if selected as mayor, day one, I would do what we call the change of command inventory. I would try to find all the property that we are supposed to have, where it is, who's responsible for, how is it maintained. I would try to reset, we will try to rectify the books, everything reset so we can make an effective budget that will provide the city as well as us to begin to right the ship. We need to build a budget on known facts. What is our revenue other than taxes, pay hikes, and utilities? Is any of what we call city investments making a return? Does every department need a 2021 pickup truck, or is our maintenance program strong enough for us to get by with one more year so we can reallocate the funds to pay off debt? These are the hard questions that must be asked, but first we need to know the bottom line up front and build a realistic budget. My vision for Goldsboro is to make it one of the most sought out destinations. I've been here when the city was on the Forbes list of most desirable places to live, where we was growing and we were thriving and making things. Our education, not too long ago, we had a Rhodes Scholar to graduate from Goldsboro High School. But I would tell you, infrastructure is important to me, and if anybody asked me what is my first and number one priority, it would be infrastructure. Infrastructure, because right now we do not have the capability to expand or attract any type of industry that will provide a livable wage so that our parents can actively engage in our kids' learning. That is direct reflection of our education system. Our education system, I thought, was lacking resources, but after doing a deep dive of the education system, I do understand that Carver Heights spend just as much money as Rosewood in resources, but the glaring difference is the poverty level of the students that attend. So we have to get infrastructure so we can expand and attract those jobs, go aggressively after those jobs that will provide a livable market. So then we can think about economic development. So we can build on economic development, which will lead to better education because the kids will have better opportunities. So this is my vision for I have no agenda. None whatsoever. I am confident enough to know that I don't know everything about being the mayor, but I will tell you that I am trainable. After 31 years of service in the United States Army, I can pick up on things quickly. I am a confident leader. I will engage. You will see me on the ground out at Day Circle to see for myself what the problems are. Why did we make the decision? I want to get to the bottom. Don't want to point fingers. I don't want to point anybody out. I want to fix the problem. So I'm here to right the ship with the city that I'm passionate about Goldsboro, North Carolina. I even got a subscription when I was deployed to Iraq so I could keep up with what was going on in my hometown. So I thank you for the opportunity to stand before you. I understand that might not be everybody's priority, but it's my priority. And then if appointed, I would put my head together with the council members and we would try to take Goldsboro forward. Thanks.
Well, thank you, sir. I don't have any questions. I think you have answered what your main focus is, and thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for your interest. I know how valuable sergeant majors are.
Thank you, sir.
Many years. Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate your passion for Goldsboro. How my mother taught there, I teach there currently. So, and I understand what you're saying, that definitely the poverty is what causes the schisms within our school system. Just to be consistent, I'm going to ask you the same series of questions. Yes or no, would you agree that the most impactful way to receive feedback in the form of votes would be during the regular election cycle as opposed to a board of 5 council members making the majority
Yes.
vote? Since the general consensus of votes of constituents is calculated during the election cycle, why did you not seek this office at the time when the popular vote represented the voice of the people as a whole?
Sir, I was out fighting our nation's wars.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate what you're doing for our country, too. Finally, what resources or experience do you bring to this board that you feel makes you the most qualified candidate during the midterm mark of this administration?
I think what makes me most qualified is my leadership. I would come in, I would listen, to understand and not to respond.
Yes, sir.
I would come in to try to fix the problem, not point fingers, to try to galvanize the team so we can move Goldsboro forward. My leadership.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your time today. My question is going to come straight from your application. Okay. You mentioned in the question, why are you interested in serving as mayor of the city of Goldsboro? One thing that stuck out that's going to lead me into my question is I also see it as a chance to give back to the city that has given a lot to me. So you talked about being a very engaged leader and boots on the ground. So can you just take a second to give us a visual of what that looks like as you being a boots on the ground, engaged leader?
Yes, ma'am. It's a great question. I would use the day circle as an example. Instead of waiting for the superintendent of the project to come here so we can have a meeting, I would go there. I would want to see it for myself. I want to see exactly what the citizens were talking about. So it's not what I heard, it's what I've seen. I will be engaged and walk around so that people can see that I am truly concerned about what happens in this city. I understand the importance of meetings, but I do think that being boots on ground is just as equally as important.
So a follow-up question. How important do you think it is to be boots on the ground even when there isn't conflict?
I think it's very important that citizens see their leaders because they want to engage with their leaders. They like to tell their leaders firsthand of what's going on and get a response so they can get a visual from their leaders.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. White, thank you for your service in the military, and I understand the commitment you made from being away from home and family as much as you did. One question is, when you travel pretty much the world, when you retired, what brought you back to Goldsboro?
The love of Goldsboro. This
There
is
you
home.
go.
This
There
is
you
home.
go.
I played like Dorothy. There's no place like home.
There you go.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Martin.
At this time, Mr. Kalon Williams, would approach.
How you doing today?
How you doing, brother?
Good, how are
Your
you?
time is right there to the right.
Alright, I think he's gonna cue the visual for me.
Okay.
Do that, y'all get him right.
Let's reset his time as he's getting this stuff prepared.
A little nervous today.
All right.
It's all right.
There we go, sir.
There you go.
All right.
Problem. And that's why I'm like, man, I can't do it. I won't sit here and let somebody just take over this neighborhood and act like it ain't everybody that motherfucker's been here for 30, 40 years, you know? You feel what I'm saying?
Look, money got them chasing royalty and gratefulness. Whatever happened to the loyalty and faithfulness? The closest friends writing statements just to make a quick buck or two like fucker while the oil price is raping it. Can't afford to pay for rent. Every night to bother out for niggas he called brothers, so they leave him for adoption. So he grabbed the Mac and attempted to Photoshop him, dumping him like it's popping, eviction is not an option. Mother Nature told them, little, get your weight up. Why they trying to stick me for my paper?
She would have turned my house out with my friend. They didn't turn my life up to the next one. Yeah.
That's not legal.
I wouldn't have to turn them lights on. No
lights.
I called, I would have no camera, we have nothing. We had to get up, leave, go where it stay. The phone like y'all goddamn much, that be nice too. I can't see there's no door. But they, they're all ready to get up out of here. I paid about $4 a month for that apartment. It ain't even worth it.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, that's crazy when you can say something like that. That ain't even worth it.
No, $400. I'm about to pay $10 from paying $400.
$400.
$400 a month. I'm looking for something. I don't have nobody to take me where I want to go places. I'm trying to find me somewhere to go. I don't want to pay myself to stay out here. I want to pay myself my double wide, my single wide. You know what I'm saying? I want to pay my stuff there. Something like right there, right.
She ain't got hers.
I'm about to steal a day.
She just got it. Yeah. It wasn't
That's a bed bug truck, in case people don't know what that is.
Oh, they quit?
Yeah.
Why they quit?
Just for her to organize. They had a date set for each building, and I guess.
What I was saying, they was trying to say, the people that doing the ceiling fans and the closets.
Still see the cracks behind the ceiling fans and the roofing. These are new appliances with paint on them.
Yeah, but then they ain't got enough pods for everybody out this motherfucker.
These are the pods we're supposed to share in the community with bed bugs. This is how they ask people to get their stuff together.
Going by bedrooms.
And that's even worse.
I thought everybody was on this.
See live wires out. Paint on the mirrors from sawdust. An old unit. They didn't bring a new one, they just bring the older one. Replaced it. People have to go in the bathrooms and looking like this stuff every day.
We have an understanding.
This is supposed to be finished product right here. With the open ceiling, as you can see. Very unprofessional work.
What's really going on?
That's what I'm doing. So what? So y'all got to be out still from 8 to 5?
They came. I'm gonna tell my people today. So they came out today. I said I'm not paying no water fee for my dog today. I'm off today. I'm gonna relax in my own house. This Friday. They came to my house.
Work is coming into people's houses like the lives don't exist. It's interrupting their daily lives.
I ain't even a day outside. Goddamn, I'm off. Y'all done got nothing. Don't come in here. All right, now there's nothing to be done. We can see everything.
You're listening to the testimonies of people speaking how they feel.
On the building, the colors of the building. And we would like them balconies back too, just in case the right people see this.
In other words, they didn't even let us vote on what color they were going to paint the building before they decided to change it again. As you can see the ceiling being ripped out.
When did they do this right here?
Notice the lady had a walker
This right here?
and health issues.
Oh my God.
So to tell her to move her stuff out of there,
Kids
I mean, she have a grandchild with her,
crazy.
and he's exposed to this every day. He has to come out of his house and see there's no way around it. You see what I'm saying? This is how it's supposed to kind of look like once they're finished.
Yes, sir.
She invited me into her house so I could see. She's happy with how it's coming out. You know what I mean? How it looks. See, me, I do like Q&A type of things. QSI type of things. I inspect things. I have the jobs. I've held jobs where I inspect how things are supposed to look. So to her, it might look pretty decent, right? But to me, I go up and I look at this and I see the details on how they're just half tailing this just to make it look good to the naked eye.
Against me shall prosper. I am God's child, you are more than just a conqueror. Focus on the good times, lessons. If it works, then smile, cause you have mastered taking blessings from a curse. I see you for your worth, so I treat you for your worth. To my knowledge, but my best is not enough, so it hurts. When worse comes to worst, hold your head held high. Where the trees be, believe me, nothing worth having comes easy. Love you.
That was the bathtub that they said we didn't qualify for. So they couldn't give us new bathtubs, but they could put a new fan in there for you, ceiling fan, which ultimately makes the room smaller. It's a small room already. You put a ceiling fan in there, you drop the roof about 2 feet, you know what I mean? So these are things like that, that's what caused me to want to run. You know what I mean? This is what caused me to want to become the mayor, you feel what I'm saying? These things that I see happening daily within my neighborhood and neighborhoods of people that look like me, these are the things that make me say, okay, it's time for something different. We can't keep asking. Okay, let me start this, all right? How y'all doing? My name is Kaylon Williams. I would like to start this off with a video and one word. As you just seen the video, the word is why. All right, why is the most important word in the presentation. People don't buy what you do, they buy why you do it, all right? North Carolina has the 13th largest economy in our country. Of course, with 20% of the people in North Carolina holding a majority of the funds and monies, it leaves places like Goldsboro, North Carolina, as the 4th poorest city in the United States of America. My why is growth and development. The children are quite literally the future. Not having anything here for them to do is by far one of the most crippling cons of this beautiful town. I've noticed a lot of we might get what we want, but we might not get what we want, but we'll get what we need said here today. We have yet to supply this city with what it needs. This city needs the city council to be on one accord. This city needs our leadership to move forward. This city needs a new type of leadership, a young leadership, fresh ideas type of thing. The late Mayor Pro Tem was that for 10 years, said him, and this city has been stagnant and making nothing but downtown pretty since then. Not because the leadership necessarily doesn't want to make changes, but because they're too busy allowing personal agendas and issues amongst each other and one another to come before the needs of the people. Okay, we're speaking on Goldsboro's engine, right? That's Seymour Johnson Air Force Base. I mean, I'm up there, which I understand. That's definitely a necessity in this town. We don't have too much more to offer just yet, but that's the problem. Why is the engine of Goldsboro Seymour Johnson? This town is full of space and opportunity, full of children that need to be doing things and that can do things and that have to do things, and we have nothing here for them to do. So by it being an engine, it's cool to have Seymour Johnson here. That does not necessarily mean that I agree that it should be the engine. I feel as though if we bring more here for the people, more things for the people to do and get done, then that in itself would even allow Seymour Johnson to grow. I'm 30. I'm a photographer, videographer, director for the past 14 years. 10 of those years I've been in Goldsboro, North Carolina, so I've grown to know the people differently than most. I have 6 beautiful children. First thing that comes to mind is how to help them out within this city, so that's why I'm doing this. I'm a jack-of-all-trades type of person, well-experienced, well-versed, all types of labor, so I know not only how to build, I know how to run, I know how to inspect, I know how to coordinate, you know what I mean? I know how to do a lot of things that a lot of people might not have certain tasks inside of. I've helped men and women campaigning, some of right here on this council. I've spent countless hours paying attention and studying city council, dissecting months and years of worth of issues amongst the city and its leadership.
Mr. Williams, that's your time, sir.
All right.
Maybe we'll allow, you may be able to expound in your row of questions that they may have for you. Ms. Jones.
Okay, hi.
How you doing?
The video that you just showed is truly unacceptable for our city. I don't need to tell you that. You know that. And I am not pleased with, what I've seen. And we have got to do, we've got to do better. We've got to do better. So you talked about a lot of your focus. Just talk to me a little bit. Finish what you were going to say.
Focus. I mean, ultimately, I'm just about 20 seconds. One might say, right, how can I help as a photographer / videographer? Well, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. My answer is, I am the beholder. As Alicia so beautifully pointed out, we don't see y'all in the classrooms, the hospitals, the courts, and clearly the hood. I mean, we don't see y'all out here, no pun intended. I've seen the city from so many different perspectives. I'm well balanced and diverse between the people. The council, and more importantly, the city's mayor has never been able to relate to the majority of the city. I have experience outside of North Carolina helping the first black woman in Florida become the state attorney of Florida. That was 2013-14. We helped her run, and so as far as politics go, I've been doing this. I'm not new to politics. I'm not new to this experience. Rather, I've never been mayor, of course. So I mean, but I'm there. Lastly, I would like to say, they say you have to follow in order to lead. For years I've followed. For years I've helped, spoke, thought, sought, fought, balked, sweated, bled, cried, screamed, yelled, whispered, and outright stayed silent and listened. It's time to lead. The city needs new, fresh leadership. The city needs to be united, stronger than ever. I have the eye. I am the beholder.
Thank you, and I'd just like to make one statement. There was a statement made that you don't see us in the classroom.
Yes,
You may not see me as a city council woman in the classroom, but I am in various classrooms. Due to COVID, our guidelines were that we could no longer be in the classrooms, and you know the situation, but I am in the classroom talking to our kids about bullying, because a child bully becomes an adult bully. I am in the classroom talking about drugs, counseling, and giving resources to the teachers and the social workers on how to help our kids not to do drugs, how to stay in school, and how to study. So I did want to clarify that. I may not be in the schools or the classrooms that you guys are in, but I have been in the classrooms, and I will continue to go in.
You are needed, and I definitely appreciate you to the max.
Thank you.
You're new to this council, so I definitely wasn't speaking about it. You got it. Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Williams, thank you for your interest and the way that you point things out to us. May I ask you the question I've asked most of the things? As the mayor, what would be the single most important aspect of your job?
Unity. It's the first thing that has to come. We have to be able, as a city council, we have to be able to be within one accord, period. So we can move on, not prolong. We've seen how discord and dysfunction has worked amongst the city for the past umpteen years. It hasn't worked. Of course, again, this is the fourth poorest city. Something has to change. That being the unity. That's the first thing that has to come.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
First of all, I see you around the city with your beautiful children. I want to commend you for being in their lives. I didn't have my father growing up, so my mom moved from New York to have a better life for me in Goldsboro, and I've always had aspirations to make this a better city. I also noticed, and this is one of the things I ran on when I was campaigning, was for home ownership. And I heard a lady say $400. I frequented West Haven, Alpha Arms. I've seen people paying excess of $600 for rent. My mortgage is only $586. That's escrow. At times I tried to go in the community and set up meetings, whereas I had a panel of people from Matt Whittle from housing, my friend Jomo Jones and debt consolidation. What I'm saying is this: we need to advertise more and put the emphasis on ownership. When you show Day Circle, if people do the research and don't just base their perception off of what other people say, I voted against that project because I thought exactly what you showed. There were going to be a lot of holes in the project. Same with Jefferson Court. I voted against that project as well. Absolutely. Because I felt that would happen. Right. Okay? And it's unfortunate, it's terrible. I served 13 years in that district, in District 4 as a fireman. And we went on more shootings and stabbings and things of that nature than we did fires. Because it's the culture. So I just wanted to, like I say, put that out there, brother, to say, you know, I commend you for being in your children's life, and I appreciate you trying to get them out of that culture. So I'm gonna be consistent as I was with every other.
Just a second,
yes,
before
sir.
I don't want to forget what
Okay.
you I don't think it's the culture. It's not the culture. It's the circumstance. It's, we're in this.
Right.
The culture is there's something that we kind of, that's what we like to do. That's what that. I mean, your culture is something that you love, something that you like. That's not something we love to do. That's just something that we end up having to do because we're inside of these circumstances. It's called survival. You know what I mean? We're in a state of survival right now, which is most of Goldsboro. But you know what I mean? That's where we're going. That's why I'm running. So to help us come up out of a state of survival, to help us come up out of the place where we're down the most and everybody keeps ignoring the very places that I just shown. I mean, yeah, it sounds good that we got somebody to do construction and make it look pretty, but it's still the same things going on within it. And I also would like to say that we had a situation, a discussion about this where it's a thing about, even you and me spoke on somebody being dirty out there. For me, that's the least of the words. If anything, the dirtiness needs to be managed. So that means someone who is in a state of survival might have grown up like this. So they might know for generations to be dirty. They don't know to be clean. But if you're not thinking to actually dig into that, you're going to say, oh, he's dirty. He doesn't deserve this. This is what he deserves. And that's not the case. He might not know how to be clean. So what he deserves is somebody to say, hey, let's take you to a class where you can learn how to be clean. That needs to be placed into the homes as well. You know what I mean? There's no reason why that should have gotten that dirty. Management is supposed to pick up on that. Inspection dates come. So therefore, first inspection and you're dirty, you're supposed to be what? Lease violated. And then come the second lease violation, I would like to propose that, okay, second lease violation, hey, if you don't get this together, you know what I mean, as in go take this class, you know, when you get when you get DWI, they say, hey, if you go take this class, we'll come up off of this ticket a little bit, or we'll try to lesser your charge. So let's try to find a way to help them deal with what they're dealing with, because it's a lot of people that's out there dealing with social and mental issues, and they really have nowhere to go about it. So I think that's one of the things that we're missing, and the fact that we could even think about looking past management first, it's the reason why I'm running. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir. And just to kind of clarify that, I use the word culture because one of the young ladies, like I said, I had a forum with all these people, and I don't know if you're familiar with the term they use in the church. If one soul is saved, then I've done my job. Right. You're familiar with that. The one lady that came to that meeting is now a homeowner. She was one of the applicants that was running for District 1. Mm-hmm. Okay, she changed her life. She made a change because of what I say culture. I'm not using that term loosely, but it's like you said, the variables. So I know if one, you know, and I know there's different aspects of why people in this situation. But let me get to my line of question. But I said I wanted to give you that. Yes or no? Would you agree that the most impactful way to receive feedback in the form of votes will be during the regular election cycle, opposed to a board of 5 councilmen making a majority vote?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Following that question, the general consensus of votes of constituents calculated during the election cycle, why didn't you choose to seek this office at the time when the popular vote represented by the voice of the people was heard?
I was being a good follower. You know what I mean? They say you got to follow before you lead. I had to, you know what I mean, get the experience. I had to shadow someone else so I could understand what I'm getting into. And again, like I said, once it hit me in a different impact, it was like, yo, you got to do something. You can't just keep watching. Also, just to piggyback off the last one you said, I actually have a list of names and signatures from people who actually wanted to be an election versus an appointing. So, I mean, if y'all want to, you know what I mean, get with me on that, let me know, because I'll get that to you as soon as possible.
Yes, sir. And finally, what resources or experience do you bring to this board that makes you feel that you're the most qualified candidate during the midterm mark of this administration?
Well, the first thing is, again, I'm well versed and very diverse as to the city goes. I'm not just coming from one perspective. I don't have any hidden agendas. My main agenda is the people. I want to do better for the people. I want the people to grow. I want the city to be able to grow. I really want the city to unite, but in order for the city to unite, it has to have a different mindset on it. It can't come from the same thing that we've been doing. I mean, I get it. It's hard to change. It's hard to switch out of your old routines, and you know what I mean, change is hard for a lot of people. I mean, I'm just hitting 30. I mean, I'm born 1991. It was hard hitting 30, but I mean, ultimately, that doesn't mean it's the end. It just means it's still progressing. Life is still going. So that means we have to come together, and that's my biggest goal. That's why I feel like I need to be here now. I need to be here now because the people need me right now. They need a fresh mind. They need a mind who is amongst the people who can go from one side of the town to the other, who can also bring unity amongst the violence and the crimes in this town. I can actually pull that down. I know for a fact we've already went through town, we went through cities, we went through hood. I know for a fact we have the power to drop the crime rate and to raise the funds in this town and to build a better community.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
My question is going to come straight from your application.
Okay.
The question, what do you think are the 2 highest priorities for the Goldsboro City Council, and how would you work to achieve them? You talked a lot about unity and the fact that the council is at a standstill due to a lack of unity, respect for one another, and simply egos.
Mm-hmm.
And as I agree with that statement, can you share with the council what you would do to bring about unity and to increase the respect amongst council members, as well as to remove egos from the table?
First thing first, as the mayor, you have the power to appoint and to unappoint, for lack of a better term. So essentially, if somebody got to get fired, somebody got to get fired. You know what I mean? I feel as though building your team is the best way to go. You understand what I'm saying? It's so much going on, but it's so much happening that people don't understand the reality behind these things. They think it's just tricks and mirrors, but the whole thing is what's going on is people like, you know what I mean? They don't really want us to change. I can't bite my tongue on certain things, so if questions asked, I gotta speak real. At the end of the day, certain people within this very room right now who have stopped us from going to where we need to go. And I know these things. I have proof about these things. I can look people in their eyes and tell them, you feel what I'm saying? They've been very disrespectful to women on this board. They have completely disregarded how we are as humans. They have completely disregarded who we are as council members and sitting members on this board, and they didn't care. Their biggest concern was censorship. They wanted to censor somebody during a time when we needed to be focusing on water bills and what's going on with the city. Why did they just now do an audit when that was spoken about during the time of the censorship? You know why? Because the best interest was not with the people. Thus meaning some people on this board are not fit to be on this board. I'll rest my case.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams, for replying. The question I have is that you do realize that Day Court is owned by a private corporation, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's the reason part of our hands are tied is, it's like any business, we can't tell them how to operate their business. We can complain to them and tell them we don't appreciate it, but there's very little, legal things that we can do. The residents at Day Circle have that right to seek legal recourse.
It's about that's different. I disagree completely. Number one, first and foremost, this is your city councilmen and women. All right. So in order for something to exist in your city, it has to get permission to exist in your city. You know what I'm saying? So the private sector of it varies. You know what I mean? Like, there's certain things in there that you can't really tell the police to come in because it's private. You got it. But when it boils down to human rights, and being treated completely compassion, the empathy for humans, human beings, that surpasses the private sector. That goes to even HUD housing. Even if they are private, they're still owned by HUD. HUD still has a sector for human rights, which means they still have to abide by the law. South Carolina, what they're doing is illegal. North Carolina just hasn't passed a law for it to be illegal yet. So just because they've been doing it for 20 years does not make it right. That just means it's time for a change. So if you feel as though you can't do anything to stop that, what makes me feel like I can count on you as my city councilman?
Well, like I say, I think the residents of Dade Court have recourse, but it's through the federal government and through the legal process. Somewhat our hands are tied, and I can't change that. And you say I can, but I can't.
What can I ask you a question?
Sure.
What qualifies to change for you? Like, what do you feel like you can't change?
For one thing, we can't go to a private corporation and say, we disagree with the way you're doing business.
Why not? You're city councilman. How you sound?
Because they own their business. We don't own it.
Okay, but they still have to follow statutes inside of the city, right?
Sure.
Okay, so they're not following statutes within the city. Does that mean that they can or cannot keep going?
Minimum housing is something that we have to look a lot at.
That's why I'm running. That's why I'm running, because I know what it feels like to be in minimum housing. I know what it feels like to speak for the people and to hear the people complain about what's happening in minimum housing. The only difference is I've been doing this for years, a very long time. So I also understand what it's like to be in a very bright neighborhood, a very fluctuating neighborhood, a very diverse neighborhood. I jack all trades in all areas, so I'm well versed. But I have a heart for the people, my people specifically. You feel what I'm saying? I really understand that what you're saying to me right now is you can't do anything about what's happening, and you're wrong. But for you to even think like that lets me know I have to run.
Is that all? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Kaylon Williams was the last applicant for the interview process. Before we conclude this, I want to let everybody know the tally of this vote will be done on the August 16th meeting before anybody leaves. If no one has any more questions on the council, we'll conclude this interview process. I need to make a motion at this time that we conclude the interview process for the mayoral seat, and in doing that, reconvening back to our agenda and bringing Councilmember Ham back to his seat. Do I have a motion on that?
I move that we conclude the interview session and bring Mayor Pro Tem back.
Do I have a second? Questions?
I just got one statement, if you don't mind.
We're in the motion right now. Questions on that? All in favor, raise your right hand. Those opposed have the same. Motion passes. At this time, Mayor Pro Tem, come back to your seat.
Mr. Williams, you're excused.
Yeah, I just wanted to, okay, so yeah, I just wanted to say real fast about the.
Sir, you're excused.
Oh, you said I'm excused, okay. I thought you said.
Can we go for 10 minutes less?
Take a seat.
This place,
We're going to take if I have a motion, about a 10-minute break, and then come back. We'll have a motion to recess.
Make a motion, we take a 10-minute break.
Second.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. All opposed? Recess for 10 minutes. Okay, calling the meeting back into order. Before we proceed, just for clarification, the issue was brought up about council or mayor pro tem, whomever, visiting Day Circle after the information was brought to us about the construction. I did go out there the following day in the afternoon, met with the apartment manager and the contract manager. We toured, spent about an hour and a half out there touring sites that were under repair, sites that had been completed. We toured the hospitality rooms, and then in addition to that, I came back and spoke with our community relations director, who also got involved in it. So there was council involvement in following up on that. So I just want to make that clear. Now, we have no new business, so for the sake of time, I'm going to move to the consent agenda. And if you will, Manager, Mr. Manager.
Yes, sir. Item C. Finance Director will come up and present item C.
Item's number 7, by the way.
Okay. Right.
We're not going to do.
We're not gonna.
We'll go back to that next year.
Oh, okay.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and council members.
Good evening.
My first item tonight is to accept or reject the initial bid and authorize finance to advertise for upset bids for 1003 North George Street to Ms. Melissa Bynum Gill. Council approved the sale of 1003 North George Street on March 15th to Ms. Edna Burns and was approved by the county. And we did not receive any upset bids on it. Ms. Burns, however, changed her mind about buying the property on July the 16th. And then on July the 22nd, staff received an offer to purchase this city county-owned property. And so at this time, we're presenting this for you to make a decision whether you're going to either accept or reject Ms. Gill's offer. And then if you accept it, you have a resolution to pass later on this evening that authorizes us to advertise for upset bid. The offer was $2,020. The bid deposit was $101. The property tax value is $4,040 and the zoning is R6. The offer is at least 50% of the tax value of the property. The bid deposit of 5% has been received in the form of a money order. And so at this time, I just ask if the council would either accept or reject this offer. And then, of course, as I said, you have a resolution to pass later on tonight if you accept it.
Any comments? Is there a motion to accept the offer?
You need a motion to accept or reject, because then you're going to vote on the consent agenda later, do the resolution, whether or not you're accepting or rejecting.
I make a motion we accept.
Is there a
I second it.
There's a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, raise your hand, please. All opposed? Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Next item is D, operating budget amendment.
Yes, sir. Thank you. As part of the FY 21-22 budget ordinance, the city includes a provision to allow for unfulfilled purchase orders to be carried over and appropriated in the new fiscal year. Attached, I have an ordinance amending the fiscal year 22 budget for the amount of appropriations necessary to reestablish the encumbrances for the individual outstanding purchase orders as of June 30th, 2021 that we intend to honor in the new fiscal year. I've included a purchase order rollover list with a brief description of the items and services. Departments must present their rollover request after they have submitted their last June invoices, and we do that around mid-July after we've had time to clear out all the June 30 billings. I also ask that the rollover request be more than $5,000, and I do not rollover requests that are for blanket purchase orders. They have to be for specific orders. We've also included an analysis of the appropriated fund balance. These basically represent contracts or services that were unfulfilled as of June 30th, meaning that it did not get completed or the goods were not received as of June 30th. I have included a list of the project fund purchase orders for informational purposes only. You do not have to pass that by ordinance because those are rolled automatically because they're in a grant project fund. The Local Government Commission recommends this reserve method that I'm presenting to you tonight to roll over encumbrances. The other acceptable method is to actually hold your books open until they are fulfilled, but they do not actually recommend that. So the method that we're asking you to approve tonight is one that the Local Government Commission approves. In the general fund, we have the purchase order rollovers will be $156,632.76. We had no appropriated fund balance coming forward for fiscal year 22. In the utility fund, which is the only other one that we had purchase order rollovers, we're asking for a total, there was no appropriated fund balance, and the rollover request is $391,761.27. So in your operating funds, the budget ordinance that you have presented has a total of $548,394.03 that will be appropriated out of fund balance to roll these purchase orders over. In your project funds, we are rolling over $3,388,618.38, and I've given you a list by project fund. And really the biggest one that's on that list is the Phase 4 sewer rehab of $1.6 million. And then coming behind that is the sewer rehab, the SRF project of $446,000, the Golden Leaf Stormwater and Sewer Infrastructure project of $421,000. But you have the detailed list there. And as well, I've given you on the next couple of pages specific detail about the actual purchase orders themselves and the justification that the department heads provided as to why the purchase order needed to roll forward. Also included in this budget amendment is the rolling stock for the FY21 capital that was approved. I was able to get the loan closed with BB&T that the council approved at the last meeting in June. We couldn't get it done until July 9th, so we had capital of $438,330 that lapsed at June 30th because we didn't have the funds and we had not encumbered it. So what we're asking you to do is to re-encumber those purchases, but how we're funding that purchase is with debt proceeds. So this is not a fund balance issue, so I just wanted to make that clear. The money is specifically authorized. We borrowed it to buy this equipment, so you have to buy the equipment with it. And so in order to be compliant with the law, we are reappropriating those capital expenditures in fiscal 22 to carry that forward. And I've given you a list. It's really for the police department, solid waste, and streets, and that equipment list is on that third page of the memo. And if you have any questions about the purchase orders or the process, I'd be glad to answer that.
Are there any questions? Next item is item D, bid awarded for picnic shelters, Parks and Rec. Felicia.
Hello, how's everyone doing this afternoon?
Good.
Good. I'm here before you this afternoon for the bid award for a picnic shelter install at our Bryan Multi-Sports Complex. We have a Parks Recreation Capital Projects Fund that Catherine alluded to a little bit earlier. In this fund, we have monies that have been given to us for specific projects at our Bryan Multi-Sports Complex. One of those projects that we've been given money specifically for is to build a picnic shelter there. We've purchased the shelter, and what we've done is we put out an informal bid to have someone come and install the shelter. And that's what this is. I'm asking you all to award the bid. On July 22nd, we opened the informal bids. That's when we received them in. And the lowest bid was Carolina Bay Construction at a cost of $29,046. But again, this is not general fund monies. This is our special projects fund, where the money is there specifically for this project. In your agenda packet is also the bid tabulation, the bid tabulation to show what the bids were as they came in, and they were the lowest bid. And so I'm here before you this evening to ask you to consent to us awarding this bid. Any questions?
Any questions? Okay, thank you. Okay, item F, Optimus Back to School Fun Day. Chief?
Good evening, Mayor, Pro Tem, and council members. Item F on the consent agenda is the Optimus Back to School Kids Fun Day temporary street closing. The Goldsboro Optimus Club looks forward to hosting a Back to School Kids Fun Day. The Back to School Kids Fun Day is a community event bringing free food, games, bouncy houses, entertainment, and school supplies to the kids of the community. This is a free, kid-friendly event. The events will be hosted at the Hub from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on South Center Street on August 14th, 2021. The Optimus Club is requesting the closure of the South Center Street to include both lanes of South Center Street from Spruce to Chestnut from 9 a.m. until 3 p.m. As with all downtown events, affected city departments will be contacted, and the following concerns are to be addressed. All intersections remain open for police department traffic control. A 14-foot fire lane is to be maintained to provide access for fire and emergency vehicles. All activities, changes in plans, etc. will be coordinated with the police department. The police and fire department are to be involved in the logistical aspects of this event. By motion, grant the requested temporary closing of South Center Street from Spruce to Chestnut as stated above. Questions?
Any questions? Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Okay, item G, engineering change order for 220 street pavement project.
Good evening. City Council. I have item G, it's change order number 3 for the 2020 street paving project. If you recall, the street paving project involved paving the dirt streets we have in town. Oak Hill Drive from North Berkeley to Green Drive, East Chestnut from Slocum Street to South Leslie Street, Hawthorne Street from Oleander Avenue to Andrews Avenue, and Mimosa Street from Claiborne to Randolph Street. City Council awarded the paving project to Weaver's Asphalt and Maintenance Company for $641,711 on April 6, 2020. Construction line items, we had both overruns and underruns, and if you look at the project overruns, we had $195,681.77. That was due to the excess stone we had to bring in on Mimosa Street. We basically, Mimosa and East Chestnut, we had to reconstruct the entire street. So that's where that number comes from. But we also had $56,664.60 in underruns. That's money we didn't spend. So to close out this project, change order 3 finalizes everything for $139,017.17. We've reviewed the change order with the finance director, determined there are funds available from street bonds and the utility fund. It is recommended City Council by motion adopt the attached resolution authorizing the city manager, the city manager to execute change order number 3 for a total of $139,017.17 with Weaver Asphalt and Maintenance Company.
So, does everyone have a copy of the resolution in your packet?
Move to adopt the resolution on change order.
A motion to adopt the resolution, is there a second?
Second.
I don't think this needs an individual action. It's the next item I have.
Resolution.
Yeah, this is part of the consent agenda.
This is the consent agenda.
He's got another item that's been added on.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
You guys are confusing us.
Okay, item H, planning.
Good evening, Council. Item H is SU 721 King's Auto, so used auto sales.
The property is located on the north side of East US Highway 70 between Calvary Road and Norwood Avenue. The applicant's requesting a special use permit for the operation of a used auto sales lot located in the general business zoning district, which does require a special use permit approved by City Council. The applicant was granted a variance for the property from the Goldsboro Board of Adjustment on July 26 for the side yard building setback from 15 feet to 4.34 feet. Previously, the site was approved as a sign fabrication business formerly known as Southern Signs Incorporated. And currently, the existing commercial buildings and lot are unoccupied. There's approval criteria that's required for the used automobile sales requiring a special use permit, and those are as follows. The minimum lot area is 15,000 square feet. The minimum lot frontage and width shall be 100 feet. No parking of used vehicles or customer vehicles shall be allowed within the required street yard landscape area. No vehicles for sale shall be parked within 20 feet of residentially zoned property, and all vehicular display areas shall be improved with approved surfaces, curb and gutter in accordance with the city's UDO. The applicant has submitted a preliminary site plan which indicates compliance with all of these criteria. In addition, the site plan shows an existing one-story commercial building proposed for use as offices for automobile sales, record keeping, public restrooms, and storage. There's also another existing one-story commercial building attached to the principal structure consisting of approximately 1,000 square feet and formerly used as storage space. The applicant intends to convert the attached storage building into an automobile service bay for customers of the business. A total of 7 paved parking spaces are proposed for the site, and internal concrete sidewalks are shown providing access to the building entrances through sloped ramps and handicap accessible walkways, and external sidewalks are not required for the site in accordance with the city's UDO. Interconnectivity has not been shown for the site, and the owner-developer will be required to identify interconnectivity for the site should the adjacent property directly east of the property be improved for commercial development in the future. City water and sewer are available to serve the subject property. A portion of the subject property located at the rear of the site is outside the city limits and will be required to be annexed. Landscaping is in accordance with regards to street trees as well as buffers, and we are working with the applicant to ensure all plantings will be installed and shown on the landscape plan. At the public hearing held July 12th, no one appeared to speak for or against the request, and the Planning Commission at their meeting held July 26th recommended approval of the special use permit for the operation of the used auto sales. It is recommended by motion accept the recommendation of the Planning Commission and adopt an order approving the special use permit for the operation of the used auto sales lot located in the general business zoning district.
Anyone have any questions? Okay. Next, item I.
Item I is Z721 MC Morgan and Associates, referred to as Tiffany Garden Phase 2. The property is located on the west side of Thoroughfare Road between Central Heights Road and the NC Railroad. The applicant is requesting a change of zone for a portion of the subject property from R16 to R6 conditional zoning, limiting the use to an 84-unit apartment complex. On April 1st of 2019, Goldsboro City Council accepted the recommendation of the Goldsboro Planning Commission and adopted an ordinance changing the zoning of the property directly north of the adjacent property from R16 and R12 to R12 conditional zoning, limiting the use to the property to an 84-unit apartment complex. City Council at their April 5th, 2021 denied the applicant's request to rezone the subject property for the apartment complex. At their May 3rd meeting, the council voted to rehear Tiffany Garden Phase 2 rezoning as they found there to be substantial change in the conditions and circumstances bearing on the application. Now, with the request of council to rehear the rezoning request, the developer is proposing the second phase of the residential development consisting of 84 units. Currently, the property is vacant. The city's comprehensive land use plan recommends medium-density residential development. In addition, the plan recommends that higher densities should be encouraged since city water and sewer are available to serve the property. The submitted site plan indicates three-story apartment buildings containing a total of 84 units. In addition, a community building is also proposed. Parking for the site requires 2 spaces per unit plus 0.5 per bedroom over 2. A total of 176 parking spaces are required and 176 spaces have been shown. External sidewalks are required for new development. However, the city's pedestrian facilities plan does not recommend sidewalks for this area. Frontage along Thoroughfare Road is approximately 460 feet, and the developer will be required to either install the sidewalks or pay a fee in lieu in the amount of $8,280 to the city of Goldsboro. Interconnectivity has been shown west of the site, as adjacent property is currently being developed for multifamily. As indicated earlier, city water and sewer are available to serve the subject property. Street trees have been provided along Thoroughfare Road, and required buffers have also been provided, and staff will work with the applicant to ensure the landscape requirements are met. Building elevations have been submitted and indicate the proposed buildings will be constructed of brick veneer and fiber cement shake siding. Roofing materials will be architectural shingles. The subject property is located outside the city limits. Since city utilities are available and located within 1,000 feet of the site, the developer will be required to connect to city water and sewer, as well as annex into the city limits. At the public hearing held on July 12th, one person spoke regarding concerns with drainage as a result of the proposed project, and the applicant spoke in favor of the request. The Planning Commission at their meeting held July 26th recommended approval for the requested change of zone for a portion of the subject property from residential R16 to residential R6 conditional zoning, limiting the use to an 84-unit apartment complex. It is recommended by motion accept the recommendation of the Planning Commission and find the proposed zoning amendment consistent with the city's adopted comprehensive land use plan because city water and sewer are available to serve the site. Find the proposed zoning amendment is reasonable and in the public interest because it supports the city's adoptive comprehensive land use plan for higher density residential development, and adopt an ordinance changing the zoning of the property from R16 to R6 conditional zoning.
Any questions? Jennifer for Z721.
I have a question. You said that the developer will pay how much for the sidewalk, which wasn't recommended, but you said how much did they say they would pay the city for that sidewalk?
$8,280. It's based on the frontage of Thoroughfare Road, and it's the $18 a linear foot.
And that would be sufficient. You said 8,000. That would
$8,000.
That would cover the cost of what it would take.
The developer has the choice. If sidewalk is shown to be as recommended in our pedestrian facilities plan, then we require them to install the sidewalk. If it's not shown within that area, then they have the choice of installing it or paying the fee in lieu. So we will make sure, but the fee in lieu goes to a city sidewalk fund, and that allows us to construct sidewalk elsewhere, not there on site.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, next item is J. You're still up.
Yep. Item J is a contract award for Goldsboro Turning Movement Count Inventory. The City of Goldsboro is the lead planning agency for the Goldsboro MPO. Requested qualifications to assist in the development of the Goldsboro Turning Movement Count Inventory, which will result in peak hour traffic counts at 127 signalized intersections. 8 consultants submitted qualifications, and the selection committee reviewed each submittal based on quality and completeness of the proposal, project approach and ability to complete on time, related project experience, quality and completeness of a submitted project example, and references. Upon review, the selection committee compiled evaluations and indicated that VHB ranked highest of the 8 submittals. On May 13th of 2021, staff presented the recommendation to the TCC and TAC for their approval. They recommended and approved the selection of VHB for this task. In order to complete the data collection, VHB has proposed a contract fee of $48,260. This contract will be paid using our transportation planning funds that we receive from the state and federal highway. So the city's contribution or required cost for this is 20%, and that was $9,652. We will get the remaining 80%, which is $38,608, reimbursed to us from NCDOT. The fee proposal for this project has been reviewed by the Planning Department and North Carolina Department of Transportation and found to be in order. We have also reviewed the financing for this project with the Finance Director. Sufficient funds are available for this project, with 80% of the project being paid for with the use of PL 104 funds. It is recommended by motion adopt a resolution authorizing the Mayor Pro Tem and City Clerk to execute a contract in the amount of $48,260 with VHB for the Goldsboro Turning Movement Count Inventory.
Any questions?
Thank you.
Okay, this concludes the public consent agenda items. It's about 4 minutes till 7. I'd like a motion to adjourn till 7 o'clock, and we'll start promptly at 7 o'clock, so don't wander away.
Want to recess instead of adjourn? You want to recess?
Recess till
Thank you.
7 o'clock.
So moved. Second.
All in favor? Okay, we're Thank you. Okay, 7 o'clock, we're going to continue the meeting. First order of business is invocation by Reverend David Elliott. Sir. St. James A.M. East Zion Church. I told Reverend Elliott a while ago we all need prayer, so join us in that, please.
Yes, sir. And so to this illustrious body, I thank you for the opportunity to serve and be a part of the work that we're doing for this strong and booming city. Archbishop Charles Chaplin says that leadership requires two virtues that seem very simple until they become very inconvenient: honesty and courage. All of you earned that right to be here today by winning the trust of the people of Goldsboro, but along with that honor comes a duty of humility, integrity, in public service. So let us settle our hearts for just a moment in prayer. All wise and eternal Lord, we thank you for another opportunity to come to you in prayer. We thank you for another chance to call on you as we plan, discuss, and direct the present and future of this great city. Lord, we know and recognize that without your divine wisdom and inspiration, we will be lost in our cause. As we set our hearts and minds to focus on making sure that every citizen in Goldsboro will be equally represented, be in the midst, Lord. And as we search for solutions that trouble all citizens of our city, begin to provide answers. And as we wrestle with balancing the need for community resources as well as the need for government funding, calm our spirits that our actions are not a result of personal agendas, but for public advancement. Guide us to be the leaders your people need. Help us to see the humanity and dignity of those who disagree with us, and to treat all persons, no matter how weak or poor, with the reverence your creation deserves. And finally, Lord, renew us with the strength of your presence and the joy of helping to build a community worthy of the human person. We ask this as your sons and daughters, confident in your goodness and love. Let us all say amen.
Amen. Thank you. Please join us with the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge of allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. May be seated. At this time, we'll call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Pro Tem Ham.
Here.
Councilmember Jones.
Here.
Councilmember Broadway.
Here.
Councilmember Polak.
Present.
Councilmember Matthews. Present. Councilmember Aycock.
Here.
Next order of business is approval of the minutes of the work session and the regular meeting of July 12, 2021. Do I
Make
have
a motion
to
we approve the
minutes?
minutes of the work session and the regular meeting of July 12th.
The motion's been made. Second.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, raise your hand, please. All opposed? Motion carried. Okay, at this time, we have some presentations, and I'm going to ask the city manager, Mr. Salmon, to come forward.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. It's my pleasure to present the employee and supervisor of the fourth quarter of FY 2021 awards this evening. So I'd like to call up Chris Ciccini, Darren Gorosky, Donald Moore, and Jamie Metz, as well as Department Head Scott Williams. If you could come up while I read the citation. You just kind of stand in front there by the podium. Thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem and I will be with you in a moment.
You guys stand in front of the podium, if you will.
Over this side? Wherever you want.
So on Easter Sunday, a vehicle accident destroyed a pole that contained the city's traffic signal fiber and city fiber network service to several city departments. When the Information Technology Department found out and put the call out for volunteers to help, nearly everyone in the department responded quickly. Jamie was first on the scene. She only knew they had an outage, but contacted the police and viewed the damages. She also went to Fire Station 5 and the golf course to set up temporary service so they could operate on Sunday. Chris came in to help with the temporary services and then stayed until the next morning, working with others in restoring our services. Darren and Donald came in to prep and splice the trailer and make sure they had all their supplies so they could start splicing wires as soon as possible. They worked from mid-afternoon on Sunday until well into Monday morning. At no time did any of the four say they wanted to leave, that they were tired or asked what had to be done. It was a clear focus on restoring service before the city staff arrived for work on Monday and making sure they were able to serve our citizens as needed. Chris, Darren, Donald, and Jamie's accomplishments reflect well on themselves and the city of Goldsboro. It's a great pleasure to give this award to you all today. Scott's the department head here. I'm going to let him say a few words while I hand out these checks, and then we'll take a picture with the mayor pro tem here.
I would have to say I'm very proud of everybody I work with, and all the city staff as a whole is always, they're dedicated, they do their very best, I believe. And the folks I work with day to day, I don't think you find anybody more dedicated to get their job done and get things done quickly and providing good service to the staff so that we can provide quality service to the citizens. So thank you very much for everything that you do. I really appreciate it.
Next, say a few words. Our IT department really is behind the scenes. You don't see much of them. They work in a quiet manner so that everything keeps running, but they are very responsive to situations that arise. This city government cannot function without this group and some of our colleagues here. I've had some personal experience with you. I respect what you do, and I commend you on the action that you're cited for. It exemplifies the dedication and professionalism that you have. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Go home early tonight. So the supervisor of the quarter is Mr. Troy Connor. On Easter Sunday, a vehicle accident destroyed a pole that contained the city's traffic signal fiber and city fiber network service to several city departments. When the Information Technology Department found out about the issue, they contacted the signal system maintenance supervisor, Troy Connor, and he was on call. He helped arrange for a new pole to be installed on Easter Sunday. He then stayed until midnight that night, helping pull down the old fiber and hanging all new sections for signal and IT fiber. If Troy had not been dedicated and determined to help in any way possible, IT would have had no way to rehang the fiber and would not have been able to get the city sites back up before work on Monday. There were others that helped with cutting the concrete and prepping the site for a new pole, but Troy is commended for his dedication and efforts beyond the normal call of duty to help restore services as soon as possible. He worked several hours on a holiday without any complaints or concerns about how long they had to work to get the job done. He was back early the next morning to make sure IT didn't need anything else. Troy Connor's accomplishments reflect well on himself and the city of Goldsboro. Troy's not here this evening, but we'll make sure he gets the award and take a picture later on. So.
I saw that accident as I was leaving church that Sunday. I stopped, talked with them, and then I was back up here on Monday, and they were still working. So, again, that dedication and professionalism is what our city employees exemplify and demonstrate every day. So, thanks to him.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Now we'll be down to the public comment period.
Okay. At this time, we'll go to the public comment period. We will, before we start, I want to make sure that people who come forward have seen and understand our public comment period policy. You'll be given 3 minutes to speak, and at the end of the 3 minutes, if you haven't stopped, then I'll call time, and you should sit back down. So at this time, anyone wishing to speak, please come forward.
Good evening, Council. I am Yvonne Moore, and I am with the Ice Storm, and I just wanted to come and say thank you to the city, the county, all the elected officials who came out to our special event. I want to say a big thank you to Blue Bunny. I don't know if anyone knows, but the Ice Storm was chosen as Blue Bunny's Heart of Fun ice cream contest, and what we won was a $55,000 makeover of our store that they were able to do in 6 days. Nate Burkus from HGTV was involved in it, and I mean, this team came down and they worked as a unit, and I didn't know how they were going to get it done. I was a little nervous about it, but they got it done. And not only did it highlight the ice storm, it highlights the city of Goldsboro. It also highlights Wayne County. And it was just an amazing experience that I think we all should be proud of. So I wanted to come and thank all of you elected officials who did come. I didn't get a chance to get to everyone. Please charge it to my head and definitely not my heart. And even those who wanted to come that were not able to come, thank you so much. I know Blue Bunny also thanks you for giving them a big, welcome for this event. I also want to say a special thank you to Ms. Matthews, because it was because of you that when I had to submit some of that paperwork and it needed to be notarized, and I was just like, who can I call? And I'm so used to seeing you in the community helping this one or helping that one. And you always say, well, if you need something, just call. And I know it was at 11:30 at night. But thank you, because it helped to birth this in our community. And again, I think we all should be proud about it. Come down, check out the store. They did an amazing, amazing job. I heard they gave you guys ice cream, and also to the police department. Again, this is something that brought our community together. We had plenty of activities. Again, it was hot, but it brought everyone together. And that is what this is all about, is bringing people together, even if it's through an ice cream cone. So thank you all again.
Congratulations. And congratulations again to the ice storm.
Thank you.
Okay. We have someone else to speak. Give you the clerk your name and address, please.
Matthew Whittle, I'm the Executive Director for Habitat for Humanity here in Goldsboro. Office address is 131 East Walnut Street, right here downtown. Wanted to come and just talk about two things in particular. One, last meeting, I believe it was that y'all voted to create the homelessness committee, essentially, to help raise some of those issues. I wanted to encourage you to consider expanding the focus of that. In the analysis of fair housing, which was on your public hearing for your next meeting, unfortunately, I'm not sure I'll be able to attend, so I wanted to make a few comments today. But ahead of that public hearing, we did submit comments to Felicia regarding that analysis. But one of the recommendations of the analysis is to create an affordable housing commission, to create an affordable housing master plan, something I've talked with most of y'all about at one point or another, the need for it. So my encouragement would be to take the bones, what you have now, for this homelessness committee, and go ahead and expand that into this affordable housing commission, expand the scope of it to include all of the affordable housing, the full spectrum from homelessness all the way to single family home ownership, transitional housing, multifamily rental, all in between. Obviously, can still do the original purpose, but to go ahead and use this opportunity to create this commission that is needed, has been now recommended to the city as being needed, and I think it's a good opportunity to jump on that. Second thing I wanted to do is let y'all know that you will be receiving an invite in the next several weeks, hopefully, to our home dedications for our next two houses over on North Georgia Avenue. We're calling it our Marshall Street neighborhood. It is back behind Franklin Bakery. Two beautiful houses that we're building over there. We'll be building a total of 11 or 12 houses in that neighborhood. These are the first two, so be on the lookout for that coming to your emails. That invitation. Love to have y'all join us for that dedication. Some of y'all have been to our dedications before, but if you haven't, it's a wonderful experience to really understand the impact that Habitat has, the impact of affordable housing, affordable home ownership has on a family's life. And we're really excited about those two houses being the first two of a really new neighborhood here in the community. So that's what I wanted to ask. Thank you all so much.
I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Is Mr. Tom one of the recipients?
Yes, Mr. Tom Saunders works
Yeah.
at Food Line Cashier.
That's right.
He was one of the recipients of the home. He is excited. He's been working hard on his sweat equity. He's out there just about every Thursday and most Saturdays. He's excited to be moving in. So if you see him at Food Line, he's the elderly. I won't call him elderly, but he's the older gentleman.
Be careful now.
Cashier. So hey to him. Come out and help us celebrate with him and his new neighbors. So.
I'm happy for him. I walk the dog and see him all the time, and ever since the groundbreaking, I've been. So it's good to see he's coming to fruition for him.
We're getting close.
Yes, sir.
We're getting
Thank
close.
you.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Matt.
Thank you all so
Thank you,
much,
Matt.
appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am. Would you give the clerk your name and address, please?
Kimberly Evans.
Is the clerk over here?
Oh.
The lady in orange there. You got it?
Kimberly Evans. I live at Fairview Public Housing. I've been there 4 years on Holly Street. And I'm here tonight for a humanitarian reason. One of the mayoral candidates, I think it was you, mentioned there's over 100 churches in our town. So we're a town, Goldsboro is a city that cares about humanitarian causes. And I'm here on behalf of animals because they're also included in that, especially people of God, that animals that are defenseless and pets under our care is very important and is a progressive move for our city, both in the world and in the kingdom of God. So my suggestion tonight is for consideration to have a dog tethering law against dog tethering. As defined by PETA, tethering is, to tie, in case you want to know, tie or fasten a dog to a rope, chain, or other line for restraining a dog outdoors. Goldsboro, Wayne County, North Carolina Code of Ordinances, section, 10.4 has a wonderful things in place, but not for dog tethering. Based on my own personal experience in the community, it is a law that needs to be passed. PETA suggests the most effective way to help chain dogs is to get tethering ordinances passed, because you hope that you can respectfully talk to owners. That's one way, but in my experience, there are a lot that are not reasonable dog owners, and they're simply threatening you. And what I have seen are serious cases. For instance, real quick, not far out of my community, a dog was tied to a tree several days. It whined incessantly, wrapped around a tree, no water. Talking to the owner didn't help. Animal control, for whatever reason, it didn't work out. So basically, I sat there by the fence until the dog owner untied the dog. So it's already in some counties. Halifax County. Oh, this went fast. Halifax County instituted one in January 2020. And their ordinance states, it shall be unlawful to tether a dog to a tree, fence, post, doghouse, or other stationary object. And I do make the quick differentiation. We're not talking about temporary emergency situations and safety of the dog. We're talking about as a way of life. Tethering a dog is inhumane and cruel. Thank you so much for your time.
Let me ask you a question. Are you going to, or have you spoken with the county about this?
This is my first time here. I got this suggestion through PETA. The other suggestions just didn't work, that I tried personally, because if the dog owner doesn't see anything wrong with it, then they need a law in place that says you can't do it, and then go step after that. Otherwise, they don't. One person actually told me, and I'm just, because this is what I'm talking about. It's when I tried to approach him, reasonably the first few times, the one at the fence, and his response to me was, after he threatened me, was, "My dog's better off than you are." So there's no reasoning. You've got to have a law in place that says simply, sir, you can't do that, and here's a warning. And that's all I was trying to get out there first, but it never happened. And and the owner of the house, the dog who was actually tied to a tree of a relative. And so I knew the relative. I knew that man. I had actually worked for him and helped him in his yard before. So I went to approach him, and his response was it was the dog's fault. So you see, a law, you've got to have a law that just says simply, you can't do it. And then you have something to work with. For those.
I'm a dog owner, and I suspect that other members of this council are dog owners.
Yeah, he just said he walked his dog, and I'm
so
like,
I would,
we're dog lovers.
I'm sympathetic to what you're saying, and I would also highly suggest that you speak with the council, the county commissioners meeting as well.
County commissioners meeting?
Yes, ma'am.
All that's on the website.
Yes, you can find it tomorrow. You can get the schedule. Anyone else have any comment?
So I just want to ask the question because, not necessarily to you, but thank you for sharing that. She mentioned our ordinance and it doesn't include the dog tethering. So, it's great to encourage her to talk to the commissioners, but what are we going to do, the city council, because if we have an ordinance where some things are in place for dogs, and I'm going to check that out because I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, Halifax County was the closest. I think Enfield was I tried to find the one that was closest to us, and they just did that in January 2020.
Okay, so the section 10.4, that was for the city of Goldsboro,
yeah,
correct?
and it's got cruelty and adequate shelter. It has all those necessary things. It just doesn't include, and it's only because it's like I was telling friends and family, I wasn't looking for it. It's like every time I just kept seeing it. And day after day after day, and like I said, as a way of life is what we're talking about. Because I'm not against, when people are trained, common sense. And
let me just clarify that my suggestion talking to the county commissioners were not to push the subject off of our agenda or our plate, but I think we need to have that issue brought to the county commissioners as well.
So that's tomorrow morning?
I think it's
9 o'clock at the courthouse.
8 o'clock in the morning?
What time do you usually meet?
9 at the courthouse.
At the courthouse?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
9 o'clock? 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock, okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I've got one question, not to you, but to our city attorney and to Laura. I thought 7 or 8 years ago, this tethering came up before the council, and we did adopt something.
I think we
Y'all-
do.
Huh?
I think we do too.
Chief has something to say.
Chief has something.
Yeah.
That's what animal control told me. That they hated to see that when I talked to him, but there wasn't a law against it.
We do have a tethering.
Excuse me. There is a tethering ordinance in the city of Goldsboro that restricts tethering of a animal for more than 2 hours in a 24-hour period. But then there are requirements on the type of tether that you use. It has to be the trolley system. It's got to be the hook and release. So there are restrictions for the type of tether, but there is a city ordinance that prevents you from tethering an animal for more than 2 hours in a 24-hour period.
Can you share the ordinance for that?
91.25, tethering of animals.
Did you get that?
What was that?
91.25.
Okay. So that's what the animal control officer told me. That
Okay.
He said we hate to see that, but it's not against the law.
I'll definitely, was it our animal control officer? Do you remember?
Wayne County.
Okay, I'll follow up with the city animal control officer,
So
just to make sure.
what's the step when I see?
Call us.
Just
If it's inside the city limits, call us and we'll come out.
Yeah, is that inside the city limits? This particular resident?
And I'd be more than happy to talk with you offline to kind of give you the procedure to do, but yeah, any citizen in Goldsboro that sees an animal that's tethered to a tree, call us, and our animal control officer will respond.
I'm sorry, didn't have. So 91.25?
91.25.
You got that one.
Okay, thank you.
So, Chief, is that the process? If we see it in the city limits, just call?
Yes.
Okay.
Call the police department or communications non-emergency number.
Okay.
And they'll do one of two things. They'll either give it to the animal control officer directly, or they'll route it through the police department, and then we'll get it from animal control.
Okay, thank you.
Did you get that, ma'am?
I did. I really appreciate it. It's just, the only reason I'm here is because nothing happened. And I was at the fence every day. The only reason the dog was untied was because I was there.
I'll step out there with you and help you.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, does anyone else desire to speak? Anyone else? If not, I'm closing the public comment period. The next thing on the agenda is for us to vote on the consent agenda items.
Yes, sir. Consent agenda items C through J are presented for council approval.
Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda items?
I make a motion, we approve the consent agenda items C through J.
Second.
Motion has been made and second. Any discussion? If not, Madam Clerk, would you call the roll?
Mayor Pro Tem Ham?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones?
Yes.
Councilmember Broadway?
Yes.
Councilmember Polat?
Yes.
Councilmember Matthews?
Yes.
Councilmember Aycock?
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries. This consent agenda is approved. Next item is items requiring individual action, and the first item is item K, and name change, street name change, Poplar Street to Dr. H.E. McNair Street. So, Jennifer, go ahead.
A petition to change the name of a section of Poplar Street to Dr. H.E. McNair Street was submitted. The section of Poplar Street runs from Harris Street intersection northward approximately 150 linear feet to its terminus. The petitioner has indicated that he wishes to change the name of the street in honor of the late Reverend Dr. Howard E. McNair, who was the pastor of 57 plus years of New Stony Hill United Holy Church, which directly abuts this section of Poplar Street at 1003 Poplar Street. The city is authorized to change street names within the city limits according to provisions set forth in general statutes. While the statutes are very general in nature, the city follows the same procedures used by the county in renaming streets. The proposed name change has been sent to the county planning department to ensure that the name Dr. H.E. McNair Street would not result in any confusion as it relates to provisions of emergency services. The county planning director has indicated that the county does not have any objection to the street name change which has been proposed. City Fire also has no issues with the request. A notice of public hearing was advertised in the newspaper for 2 consecutive weeks, and all adjacent owners were notified of the hearing by mail. At a public hearing held July 12, 2021, the petitioner spoke in favor of the request and no one appeared in opposition. The Planning Commission at their meeting held July 26 recommended approval of the street name change. It is recommended by motion adopt the recommendation of the Planning Commission and adopt an ordinance changing a section of the name of Poplar Street to Dr. H.E. McNair Street.
Thank you, Jennifer. This is a motion to name a street on Poplar Street to Dr. H.E. McNair Street. The Planning Commission recommended approval. Do I have a motion to accept the Planning Commission's recommendation?
I make a motion that we accept the planning director's recommendation to change the name to Dr. H.E. McNair Street.
Second.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second. Is any discussion? There being no discussion, all in favor, raise your hands, please.
Is this a roll call?
Yes.
No?
Okay, so we have unanimous approval. The next item, I'm going to request to be excused. While I do not own well traveled here, I do own the building there. And technically, I could sit here, but I think for the sake of clarity, I'm going to step out. So I would like a motion to excuse me and a motion for, I guess, Mr. Pollard to take charge of that.
I'll make a motion that Mayor Pro Tem Ham be reclused from discussions.
Be excused from voting would be the motion.
All right.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Second. That's right.
Yeah.
Did we get a vote on that?
Vote. It was seconded by.
We had a second, but we didn't have a vote.
We need a vote.
Mm-hmm.
All in favor? Motion carried. Ms. Jennifer, yes, ma'am. Waiting on you.
Item L is SU 821 Well Travel Beer. The property is located on the southwest corner of South Center Street and Chestnut Street. It is an amendment to an existing conditional use permit, place of entertainment with ABC permits. The applicant's requesting to amend a previously issued permit to allow the operation of a place of entertainment with ABC permit. The amendment would allow the extension of hours of operation. The applicant was granted a conditional use permit to allow the operation of a place of entertainment with ABC permits by City Council in 2015. The existing conditional use permit was amended and approved by City Council in 2017, allowing them to expand the operation for additional seating. The applicant is now requesting to extend the hours of operation on Fridays and Saturdays only from 3 p.m. to 12 a.m. That's their current hours, to 3 p.m. to 2 a.m. There's no other changes. The floor plan remains the same when it was last granted to expand in 2017. And again, at the public hearing held July 12th, no one appeared to speak for or against the request. The Planning Commission at their meeting held July 26th recommended approval to amend a previously issued conditional use permit to allow the operation of a place of entertainment with ABC permits and allow the extension of the hours of operation on Fridays and Saturdays to 2 a.m. It is recommended by motion accept the recommendation of the Planning Commission and adopt an order approving the special use permit for the operation of a place of entertainment with ABC permits with the extension of hours on Fridays and Saturdays to 2 a.m.
At this time, I need a motion to be made to accept the recommendations of the Planning Committee to amend the place of entertainment with ABC permits. Do I have a second? Do I have a motion?
I make a motion.
Have a motion. This time I need a second. Give me a second.
Second.
All those in favor or questions? Being no questions, all in favor, raise your right hand. Okay, motion passes. I'd like to make a motion to bring Mr. Ham, Mayor Pro Tem, back to his seat.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, raise your right hand. Motion passes.
Good evening again. I apologize for bringing this item to you at the very last second, but we did not get the informal bids back till late this afternoon, and it was like 10 minutes until, well, first of all, I had forgotten the meeting was at 4, so it was like 10 minutes till 4 when I had to draft this thing, so. But it's a contract award for repairing 1,100 linear feet of 8-inch sewer force main. We had an 1,100-foot section that's in need of dire repair. It comes from Grantham Street Pump Station, comes around the ramp, and then crosses over 117 about where Holly Street meets the bypass, 117 bypass. Right there is where the problem is. Probably see some dirt disturbed right in the median area where the problem was. But we requested informal bids from 3 bidders. You can see those 3 on the agenda item there. Amliner East submitted the lowest bid of $97,766. We've reviewed the bids, checked for accuracy. Everything was found to be in order. The project has been discussed with the finance director, and it has been determined that funds are available within the city's utility fund. Staff recommends City Council by motion adopt the attached resolution authorizing the mayor and city clerk to execute a contract for $97,766 with Amliner East Incorporated to complete the necessary sanitary sewer repairs.
Have you had any experience with Amliner?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, they're currently on one of our projects now.
Okay.
Our current rehab
Are you
project.
satisfied with their work?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
I've worked with them in other municipalities too, a long time ago.
Anyone else have any questions? Okay, we have a
gotta fix this.
I'm sorry?
We gotta fix this.
Oh, yeah, this one's gotta be fixed before we have a sewer spill.
We have a request from engineering to approve a contract award for 1,100 linear feet of 8-inch sanitary sewer force main year 723 US 117. Is there a motion to approve this?
Motion to approve contract award to repair 1,100 linear feet of 8-inch sewer.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
I got one thing, and, you know, I have no problems with Amliner East doing the work. It sure bothers me whenever we have a local bidder who's a little over $3,500 over, and the economic impact in Goldsboro from that might be a whole lot more than price we're saving with Amliner. But like I say, I'm fine with Amliner.
Well, the purchasing laws in North Carolina, I was looking for Catherine, but the purchasing laws require us to take the lowest responsible bidder. Yes, sir. And the company's fine.
Oh, I have no
Yeah,
problems with that.
and sometimes it's a shame when another contractor, especially a local one, comes that close to getting the work. So it's heartbreaking sometimes.
We do what we have to do.
Yes, sir.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor of approving the contract award as stated, raise your hand, please. Consensus of approval. At this time, Mr. Salmon, you have anything you want to report?
So just wanted to let you know our auditors, Dixon, Hughes, and Goodman, are conducting field work this week with the finance department. So they're busy once again on the FY20 audit.
Okay. That's good
Also,
news.
quick COVID update. Wayne County is a high transmission area according to the CDC, so people should pay attention to the North Carolina Governor executive orders and to the CDC.
Do we know what percentage of the population of Wayne County is
I
vaccinated?
think I heard 35%.
I think I heard 38, but any way you look at it, that's way too low. The reason we have to wear our mask is because other people won't take the responsibility to get the vaccinations.
Well, it's a should is the recommendation. You don't have to. So,
Mr. Manager.
hence we are. Yes, sir.
I have a question. How far in advance would the community know if we were have to ramp up our mask wearing up? You know, how far would they know in advance before they come to another meeting or
Well,
the
we
restrictions and how would we
typically
advertise?
following North Carolina Governor executive orders here, and the North Carolina Governor's most recent executive order does not require it. It highly recommends it. I'd have to get the exact language, but you know, it's kind of, I think, a personal decision at this point.
Okay.
Lots of people feel both ways. Most of the country's split on it, as you know. About 50% vaccinated. Here in Wayne County, we're a little lower. Where they have less vaccination rates, they have more cases of COVID and hospitalizations. So I just wanted to highlight everybody should be paying attention to that according to their individual health concerns.
Okay, before we go into final comments, I want to read we have the Purple Heart ceremony coming up this Saturday, and I'm going to be there. I don't know if other council members are going to be there or not, but I'd like to read the proclamation at this time. Whereas the Purple Heart, known as the badge of military merit, is the oldest military decoration in the world in present use, and whereas the Purple Heart was established by General George Washington on August 7, 1782, during the Revolutionary War, as the first award made available to the common soldier to recognize outstanding valor or merit, and whereas following nearly 150 years of disuse, the Purple Heart was reestablished by the President of the United States on February 22, 1932. And whereas the Purple Heart is awarded to military and civilian members of the U.S. Armed Forces who are wounded by an instrument of war in the hands of the enemy, and posthumously to the next of kin in the name of those who were killed in action or died from wounds received in action. And whereas the citizens of Goldsboro and Wayne County have great admiration and the utmost gratitude for all the men and women who have served their country in the armed forces. And whereas veterans have paid the high price for freedom by leaving their families and communities and placing themselves in harm's way for the good of all. And whereas many citizens of our city, county, and state have earned the Purple Heart as a result of being wounded while engaged in combat with enemy forces, construed as a singular meritorious act of essential service. Now therefore it be resolved that the Goldsboro City Council and the Wayne County Board of Commissioners do hereby honor the service and sacrifice of our nation's men and women in uniform, wounded or killed by the enemy while serving to protect the freedoms enjoyed by all Americans. Now therefore be it further resolved that jointly the Goldsboro City Council and the Wayne County Board of Commissioners commend the Board of Directors of the Goldsboro Wayne Purple Heart Foundation for honoring the Purple Heart recipients at its annual banquet on August 7th, 2021, as a special tribute to those service members who have received the Purple Heart and the families of the Purple Heart recipients who are deceased. Witness our hand and the seals of the City of Goldsboro and the County of Wayne, Goldsboro, North Carolina, this third day of August, 2021, signed George Aycock, Jr., Chairman, Wayne County Commissioners, and David Ham, Mayor Pro Tem, City of Goldsboro. I'd put this up, proclamation for adoption.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. All right, it's moved and second. Thank you. At this time, we'll go around and ask for closing comments.
Got to have a vote.
We didn't actually need one, I was told by the clerk, so.
Oh, you don't need to vote?
Since it's a proclamation,
Oh, okay.
it's not adopted as a resolution.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll start with Mr. Aycock. Do you have any comments you want to make?
No, we've heard some good presentations tonight for filling the vacancy created by Mayor Allen resigning. We'll need to look carefully at all these applicants and go through them. And hopefully we can find somebody that we think is most qualified.
Ms. Matthews.
I want to thank all of those candidates who came up today, even those who submitted their application prior to. There has been some comments made by certain council members about who they think a more suitable candidate would be, and despite that, you still saw it through. So I appreciate you for seeing it through. You exhibited great leadership and courage by doing that. I do want to remind you that in a couple years, City Council will be up for election. So keep that in mind as you continue to strive to do the work of the city, for our city. One of the candidates mentioned something about a petition, and I'm always in favor of petitions and people exercising their voice in whatever manner they see fit. However, unfortunately, the majority of this board thought to bestow the power unto themselves to choose the next mayor, and that petition does not count. But I do hope that you stay enthusiastic. Again, reminding everyone that, you know, we have a couple years before elections coming up. I also want to be clear on something that a council member said that possibly could have alluded to why I responded to an email. So I think it's our duty as council members to respond to each correspondent and to do that in a timely manner. Not only did I respond to Ms. Pierce because it's my duty to do that, but we got a complaint by someone in this room too who came up a couple months ago who said that she had gotten complaints that this board was not responding to emails and phone calls. So we have to make it our duty to ensure that we are at least letting these individuals know that we're getting their emails. So I want all of us to do a better job at doing that. I definitely, again, want to celebrate with the Ice Storm, our very own downtown business, for being chosen as the Blue Bunny Heart of Fun Grand Prize winners. And if you know anything about the Ice Storm, they are truly the heart of fun. downtown. And they set the standard very, very high. So they are so deserving of this award. And I also want to thank them because I was extremely disappointed that the city did not continue our summer youth initiative. And where we dropped the baton, the ice storm picked it up. And I don't know if you know, but they have been imploring youth since June. And not only are they just earning, they are also learning. And that is something that they talk about. So they're bringing in different business owners and different pillars of the community to teach and pour into our young people. So if you didn't know about that program, they're doing that. And I'm so proud of them. And the young people are having the time of their life. So go down, talk to our young people, pour into them, and more importantly, thank the Ice Storm for what they do and how they impact our community. And the financial impact that they made just this weekend. Blue Bunny staff filled our hotels, they filled our restaurants, they went into our grocery stores. So thank you, Ice Storm, for that, and thank you for what you do for Goldsboro and Wayne County, because it truly matters. And that is it. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to say I took away a lot from the presentations today, but two things that stuck out were what the comment that Mr. Brewington said is he stated that regardless of the outcome of the process, to continue to make your contributions and express your concerns for the community that you love. Coming before every meeting, I always solicit prayers because this can be a taxing job. As I say, I'm truly blessed to have the best support team in the world. God and my family. I was blessed to be reared by a single mother that did the best to teach me how to be an individual, but more importantly, a provider for family and an asset to my community. Like I said, this job is very taxing mentally and can manifest physically if allowed, but that is to be expected of the job. Many of the early perceptions of my character were based off falsehoods and stereotypes, but I'm a believer that people can grow and not stay stagnated in old thoughts. With all this being said, I realize that everyone will not be satisfied with every vote that any one of us make, and this office that I occupy is not about me, but the entire community that we all share. In closing, I encourage everyone to hold me and all the rest of the council members accountable. So I solicit everyone. I was going to come tonight with a counter of all the votes, all the decisions that I made and what advocacy I have for my community, but I just encourage everyone at home, in the audience, to do their due diligence, hold themselves accountable, and show themselves approved in doing their research on how we stand on the issues that we stand for and not be misled by hearsay. That's all I have. Thank you.
I'd like to thank all of the people, the applicants that applied, and obviously they did a great deal of work. I didn't know about the ice storm I'm doing. Congratulations there. The last thing I'd like to say, 38% is horrible in this county, and we need to get vaccinated. We're a better community than 38%. So let's get vaccinated.
Ms. Jones?
Yes, I too would like to thank all the applicants. A lot of hard work went into your presentation, and I understand some of the compassions that you have, and so we as a council will look at those. I know that we will, because I have a very good group of council people. The second thing I wanted to do is thank the city manager. On the last meeting, someone brought up the issue of the overflow of water in West Haven. He was out there the next day, and so was I, but we missed each other. And I did speak to people on Oak and DuPont, and they said that they've always had a high overflow, but it has been longer than 2 years, and this year it was worse. It has gotten worse because of the hurricanes. And we are working on legislative at the General Assembly to hopefully that we can get some money that will trickle down to Goldsboro so that we can fix that overflow. I thank you for going out there and unstopping it, because by the time I got out there, it was down. And I did go out the day that they had the heavy rain, that we had the heavy rain. I did go on Oak and DuPont, and the water wasn't standing. I mean, it wasn't we did have a all-day rain, but it wasn't like a hurricane, but at least it was not standing. And so I want to thank you so much for that. Also, for District 1, we will be doing another clean sweep. The streets will be announced, and we will be doing it in August. And I want to make something very clear. When I was talking about the times that I went into the schools, that was not a put down. It was a statement so that everyone will know that and I am an advocate for children, and I do go into the schools. We talk about vocation. As a matter of fact, Councilman Polite actually helped me with talking about vocation. Well, because every student, every youth is not college material. And there are other occupations out here that pays just as well. And we did do a workshop there. So that was not a put down. It was to just let everyone know that there is somebody still going into the schools when they are allowed. And that's it.
Let me just Councilwoman Jones, reference your clean sweep. Don't forget to call Mr. Lester. I gave my hands out the other day.
Okay.
You know who I'm talking about, right?
Yes.
So I told him he's looking for another community project for his organization.
Oh, he's already part of it.
Okay, all right, so you got him hooked now.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, all right, very good. All right, go ahead, sir.
I had forgotten, have an announcement. Bless Beauty and Barber Customer and Community Appreciation will be done on Saturday, August 7th, which is this Saturday from 12 until the brother that just left out, brother Jerry Baker and his wife Nicola will be hosting that event. Proud to say he's one of my large brothers, but that'll be in District 3. The location is right across from Rite Aid. If you know where Rite Aid sits, on the corner of Ash and Herman, it's on the left side as you're coming south of Herman. It's on the left side, and they'll be doing book bag giveaway and hot dogs and food until the supplies are gone. I just wanted to put that out there. From 12 until on Saturday. Thank you, that's all I have.
We're going to go in closed session here shortly, but before we do, I wanted to thank all of you who came today. It's been a long afternoon and evening. Your perseverance is noteworthy, and we heard the decision. The council will be made at the 16th of August meeting on the next election of the mayor. So if there are no other comments, I'll ask for a recess motion to go into, excuse me.
Going into closed session?
Yes, to go into closed session.
Okay, and that's for economic development and personnel.
We're going to go recess for economic development and personnel. So may I have a motion to recess?
Make a motion to recess the closed session. All right.
Second.
All in favor? At this time, if you will, please, we're going in closed session.
We're going live right now, back in open session.
Okay, we're back in open session for the Goldsboro City Council regular meeting of Monday, August 2nd, 2021. Chief West.
Need for him to be there unless you make a motion.
I move that we amend the agenda to discuss the SRO.
Second.
Motion was made, second, any discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. Okay, the motion is made to amend the agenda to discuss SRO. Chief?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm here to, advise you or let you know that I'm not sufficiently staffed to provide 3 SROs. Staff 1, staff 1. Sent a memo to the city manager a couple of weeks ago, notifying him that my intent.
Hold on, Chief.
Is it on?
Yes, sir.
Restate your purpose.
First, I come before you to advise you that I'm not sufficiently staffed to go over police department to provide 3 SROs to the Wayne County Public Schools.
And the reason being?
Not sufficiently staffed. Overall, I'm short.
Hold on, Chief. Where do we need to start, Brad?
From the beginning?
Probably from the beginning, because I couldn't hear him at all.
Sorry, Chief.
Okay, one more time, Chief.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Unfortunately, I'm here before you to advise you that I am not sufficiently staffed at the Goldsboro Police Department to provide 3 SROs to the Wayne County schools. Staffing levels at the department, I'm currently 28% short in patrol, 20% in vice, housing, and my SEU units, 66% short in my SROs, and 50% short in my crime scene unit. So I don't feel it fair for me to enter into a contract with the Wayne County Public Schools stating that I will provide them with 3 SROs when I don't know that I can sufficiently staff my department with what we have for operations, vice, and some of my other units.
What is the impact so far as the county is concerned for that?
The impact to the county would be that it would be, I guess, the responsibility of whatever entity the schools enter into. I would suspect it would be the sheriff's office to provide 2 to 3 SROs to, I guess, pick up the contract that I can't fulfill.
Got a question. To the best of your knowledge, does Fremont or Mount Olive provide an SRO to their schools?
You know, if it's a Wayne County school, I'm not sure if Fremont has SROs. I know they have floater SROs. I know I was doing a floater SRO where I had 2 SROs that were permanently assigned to 2 schools, and then I had a 3rd SRO that would spend some time at 2 or 3 schools throughout the day. So I don't know the answer to that, whether or not Fremont or those have a
Well, again, I'm going to open up that these aren't Goldsboro City schools. These are Wayne County schools. And if they have SROs at Southern Wayne and at Eastern Wayne and at Rosewood and wherever, they need to supply them here.
Right.
We don't need to take it out of our police department budget to supply them. It's time we started putting our foot down.
Agreed.
The county does reimburse with the contract. They do reimburse us for a portion of the wages. I think last year we were reimbursed at, I think it was just over 111,000, which is roughly about 36,000 per officer, which doesn't quite cover the salary and definitely doesn't cover salary and benefits. But we do receive some funding from the schools to cover some of the expenses on our SROs. But again, it's not about the money. I'm disappointed that I'm not able to provide SROs to the city students. I really am, because I really think we do a very good job. I think it's a great opportunity for us. But I just can't, at my current staffing levels, I can't provide.
Chief, you agreed to provide one at Goldsboro High School, is that correct?
I did have a conversation with the superintendent about providing an SRO full-time to Goldsboro. At the time of the discussion, I was under the impression that we would move forward with that one SRO, and then that the funding that we typically got, the 111, was going to be split. We would get a third, and then the county entity, whether it's the sheriff's department or whoever, would get the other 2/3. But since then, I haven't had any other conversation to see if that's what they would ask me to continue on with.
I think it's county schools. I mean,
So Chief, like I said, I wanted to chime in on what Councilman Aycock said, and I spoke on this at a previous meeting when you were talking about budget and retaining and recruiting. The bottom of my check, and I work at Goldsboro High School, which is in the central attendance area, but my check is endorsed by Wayne County Public Schools. So is it safe to say that the county sheriff's department is not in the dilemma as far as staffing that we are with the city? And could it be possible that they use some of their officers to come into the county schools to kind of help us? Because like I said, we pay city and county taxes, but we're only getting city representation within the police. And with the dilemma that we're facing with your short staffing, it would only seem right for the county. They're Wayne County Public Schools. The sheriff is the sheriff's department. I don't know how it works, but is that an option to get?
Again, I don't know the sheriff's department current staffing level. I don't know if
Okay.
he's got some vacancies too that he's going to have to overcome. I
Yes,
don't
sir.
know their SROs, if they use a lot of their auxiliary deputies as SROs. I'm not really too familiar with that, so I can't speak on behalf of the sheriff. But
Yes, sir.
so I don't know his staffing levels.
Okay.
Well, how do we find these two people? Because I really think that Carver and Dillard really needs the SROs. And I'm just saddened that we weren't able to do it, but the most important thing is that those positions are filled and that those schools do have that service.
I think the answer is, you can't.
I can't unless, even if we were fortunate enough to be able to unfreeze, say 2 positions or 3 positions for me to fill. I've got to fill them. Unless I can get a certified officer from another agency that wants to be an SRO, I would have to hire somebody that wants to be an SRO, send them through BLET, which I don't have another BLET class till January. I'm just not.
It's not the frozen positions that are keeping you from doing it, it's your current manpower.
Right, I'm up to 23 shorted. I've got 23 short now. I just filled 1 position. We had an individual that graduated from Johnston County BLET that will put me down 22 short. I've got a resignation letter on my desk. Well, actually, a resignation that's effective today puts me at 23 positions. I anticipate getting another letter within 2 days that's going to put me 24 positions down. And then I anticipate getting another one probably within 30 days that would put me 3 positions down. There's not.
We can't get.
I don't see.
I hate it.
Yeah, I just don't see a positive outcome here. But I agree. I am disheartened that I've had to come up here and tell you that I cannot fulfill the contract of the Wayne County Schools because it's a missed opportunity for me to have my officers in the schools inside the city because I think we do a very good job in the city schools. And it's a missed opportunity for me. I did offer up to revisit this, towards the end of the school year because I want to be in the SRO business. So I don't want to get out of the game altogether, but I've got to get out of the game right now. I feel like just because I don't have the staffing levels, without having to go back in the department and pull officers from different units, which will put them understaffed, and it's a safety concern of mine for officers on the street, not having sufficient numbers answering calls and out doing what we're trying to do.
Is it possible to do, you mentioned floating before, how comfortable do you feel with having a floating officer to go to either of those schools?
A floating officer is better than no officer, obviously.
Is that acceptable to the school?
They would obviously they would have to rework their contract because their contract only is, right now the way it is, or the contract I was in last year said that I got to have 2 full-time SROs that's assigned to 2 schools, and then the one is the floater. They could restructure it to where they put, they could put 1 full-time SRO at Goldsboro and then 1 floater But then I don't know if that's giving sufficient coverage to those schools, if I can only put an officer in there 2 or 3 hours in the morning and then 2 or 3 hours in the afternoon. I'm not really, you know.
Well, I think Montgomery and Carver, they're so close to each other. I mean, if there was a problem, that officer should be able to be called and be there within 5 minutes or less.
Yeah, I agree.
I would like to see something versus nothing, and I know it's not to the standard in which we would like, but I think it'll be helpful having the presence there, even if only for a short time.
Well, I think we would always have patrol officers that are in that area that would be available to stop by, maybe walk the halls or make contact with the principal, spend a few minutes in there and go. It's just, there'll be those days where call volume probably won't allow that to happen. So I hate to promise the schools that I'll have an officer stop by every so often if I can't. I just hate to promise that if I don't think I can fulfill that. But
the best case situation right now for you is to provide one, and that's the best case.
yes, sir.
And that would be at Goldsboro High School.
Big Goldsboro High School, and then whatever happens in the next 30 days, if I continue to lose officers, then I'll either come back up here and we'll go through this again, or I don't know what my contractual obligations will be at that point. If I enter into a contract, I think before I can get out of that contract, I'd have to give them 90 days notice if I can't fulfill the contract, so that would be another concern of mine.
Going the extra mile just to have one right now. I hate it, but
I'd say we put responsibility back on the Wayne County Board of Education and the Wayne County Commissioners and the Wayne County Sheriff's Department. Again, we are always treated like that red-headed stepchild, and they want us to keep giving, and I told you, I'm tired of it.
So, Chief, but I'm looking at it like this is a service we've always provided, right? Well, I don't want to use the word always, but we've been providing this service
several years
for several years now. So, I mean, I'm not even looking towards the county because this is something that we've been able to do. However, even with the county stepping up, that's a financial investment for them as well. And don't they still have to train officers for this particular thing, or do you know what that process looks like?
Yeah, again, I don't know how their contract is structured. I know mine is I've got to provide an officer that's got at least 2 years experience and it has 40 hours of the FTO or the SRO school, so they do have to have the training. I would assume that also applies for the county. I don't think the schools would have a different criteria. Okay. I don't know what the county gets reimbursed per SRO. I know what I was reimbursed, the city was reimbursed for, but I don't know if the county's reimbursed at a different rate. Again, I don't want to get out of the SRO business because I think it's a benefit to us as well as the community, and I think it's a benefit to the kids.
Again, I don't want to go against policy or anything, but what about some of the retired policemen? Could you appeal to them to?
I can reach out to the retired. I don't know how that affects their retirement.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah, you're 8 hours in the classroom. 8 hours at the school for 100 and some odd, 180 some odd days. I don't know how that goes towards their.
And depending how long you've been retired, you really can't go back into the.
Well, there could be a retired deputy, and it wouldn't matter on his retirement, would it? But you're both state, right? You're both part of the state retirement system.
Right.
So it probably would.
So, Chief, one last question for me, I think. Have we exhausted every possible option to make this work?
I feel like we have. I feel like we have. Again, if there were suggestions from the council, I would certainly entertain them. But I just can't, because again, what concerns me is what's going to happen over the next 30 days. Am I going to lose, instead of 2 more that I'm anticipating, am I going to lose 3 or 4 more? And then I've got to come back and we've got to go back through this again. We did talk, and I did talk with the city manager before it got to this point of is if we could do a modified schedule for the officers, the SROs, to kind of change that up, maybe that would entice some of these officers to be, instead of leaving me, or maybe they'd say, that SRO position, I really would like to do that because of the hours. We briefly discussed a schedule, but I can't get to trying to revamp a schedule and continue that conversation with the city manager if I don't have the body to go with the schedule. So I'm open for anything at this point, but I just don't see an option.
Well, I'm back to the retiree again. There is a certain age, according to state policy, that you can, come back into your field. I don't know I think it's after 65. Don't hold me to it, but I know that there is. And so could we explore that and see if we have any officers that, they would be seasoned and they'd have, they've got maybe or maybe not have grandchildren and could, really, the kids could really benefit from having them there and they could really enjoy it. Could we explore that?
Yeah, definitely. We can explore that. And again, it's I'm not, if I walk away from here and we decide, we're not doing nothing with SROs, we're done with it, I'm still not going to give up because I still want to be able to look at different things because I want to get back in the SRO game. I feel that.
Well, don't give up and do that.
So we will look at as far as retirees and stuff like that, and maybe I'll have more discussions with the city manager. Maybe we can do something with a schedule, maybe to entice it a little bit different.
As well as a possible floater, possibly.
Yeah, I mean, because, community police services is typically where we were using our floaters from. And unfortunately, one of the ones that I lost is from community police services, so they're understaffed. And then if I pull one at the only one in there out to be the floater, it's doable. You just never can guarantee that floater will be there, but we'll try.
You can also modify the contract. If Councilman Jones, we can modify the contract. But when these schools are starting, we got to do something today. That's the way I understand it.
I think we're at the point where we come to a decision. We either provide one or we don't provide any.
You said we would provide one or don't provide any?
Yeah, I think we're at a decision where we have to make. We either provide one that you can, not under the best circumstances, or we don't provide any at all. Is that essentially correct?
Right. I mean, I can definitely provide the one pending this school board wants that one that we've had in the past. But I think the letter that was returned said that either we're in the SRO game, for the lack of better phrasing, we're either in or we're out. You can't I can't go to the waffling back and forth. So either we're all in or we're all out. So I don't know how the school feels about me continuing on. We're trying to provide the one or.
Oh, they're giving us an ultimatum, is what you're telling us. That even makes it easier decision for me.
Well, I'll be honest with you. I didn't read the letter completely. I didn't read the letter.
Well, I don't want to remove the service just because of verbiage. You know what I mean? Where I understand what you're saying, but I don't want to take away that service in that school just because of the language that was in the letter. Like, if we remove our personal feelings and stay focused on the goal is to provide the service that we've been providing, that's what I want us to stay focused on.
I'll go along with one at Goldsboro High School.
Yeah, I agree.
But I think the county needs to look to step up and provide for the Wayne County schools. And, you stay on this board much longer, you'll see how much they want to really put it to.
Again, like I said, I don't know the staffing levels of the sheriff's office. Apparently, they're not very high because they're actively recruiting my guys right now.
That's what we're doing.
So.
And also too, I want to consider it. Everything is happening so fast. So I mean, I don't know. I haven't had much experience with the county, but I don't want to put words in their mouth. But it's happening so last minute. So where we got to get people trained, even if you unfroze, like there's still a process. So I can imagine they're feeling crunched and pressed for time too, in terms of trying to get people in those positions. Yeah. So I want to consider that too. So my suggestion is. If we could still maintain that one position and a possible floater if possible, which would probably have to do some amending to the contract, but I want us to give all we can give.
And the retirees.
Thank you. And Mr. Acock, you probably remember, I don't know if it was Superintendent Brayboy, but before they merged, it was city and county were separate entities. Yep. Is that correct?
Yep. I never worked for the Wayne County school system.
Right. So you were city of Goldsboro, and I think that's when I was in high school or early. But what I'm saying, I think, like I said, we need to utilize, since we've merged and we're under one superintendent and we're under one county, that is probably, in my opinion, one of the most viable options outside. I mean, all the recommendations with the floater and this, but I think we kind of press towards, like you said, you're losing officers to the sheriff's department. So your numbers are lacking, their numbers are growing, seemingly. So they're not in a dilemma that we are in because they're getting some of your people. Mm-hmm. So I don't think that they're in a crisis as far as manpower that you are in. So I think, like I said, I don't know how they run their operation, but being that we're merged as a Board of Education and Wayne County Schools, I think we need to look at that as definitely as an option. You know, that's just where I stand on it. But I know something's got to be done now, but I definitely want to keep the one at Goldsboro High School because
that's where the danger is. I mean, there's danger everywhere, but
Well, having been at Carver Heights some and Dillard, I know that there's some things going on there too, and you probably do know as well that they are really needed over there. And I understand, and I'm not, I understand, but I just don't want to not have that service over there. So,
I understand. Again, I'm not going to give up. Right now, if we say we move forward with providing one, and then we'll try to do our best with a floater, but it's still going to be, talk more to city managers, see if there's anything I overlooked or what we can do different. I do want to get back in full time with the SRO because I think they're that important to the kids.
And you still didn't say anything about exploring the retirees.
I got it right, retirees.
Okay.
Now, who read the letter?
I read a letter.
You read it?
And it was passed to council.
I read it.
Matthews, you want to make a motion to provide one SRO?
If I could just clarify with the chief, all we can do right now is provide one SRO to Goldsboro High School. When it comes to this floater idea, it's a good idea, and maybe the county will find a way to do that between those two schools, but you don't have the person for that right now. You may be able to find a retiree, you'll look, you'll ask, you'll perhaps help, but you can't promise that right now. All you can do is go back to the Board of Education right now and say, I've got one for Goldsboro High School, right?
Correct. But again, I don't know what crossover it's going to be for them. If I say I'm going to provide one, and I do, and I'm going to try to provide you with a floater. In the meantime, if they go ahead and fill those two vacancies or the two SR positions, then obviously my floater is going to be stepping on their SRO's toes. I don't want to.
You wouldn't do that in that case if they filled it. All you're trying to do is help.
I would feel more comfortable with promising the one,
right,
and be done. But in the meantime, try the best we can to maybe get a floater or try to work with them to see, because maybe the county struggles with putting a full time in there, and we can split the floater response. I don't know, but we've got to do something. But I think.
So then we don't need to make a decision because that's already the decision, right? It's already been decided that we're just going to do one.
It's been decided in my mind that we were doing one, and the discussion I had with the superintendent was one. What's that,
You
sir?
haven't conveyed that to the county, though.
Isn't that what the letter said already?
I thought that's what the letter said.
The chief's original letter said 0.
Right, and then I had a discussion with the superintendent Thursday morning, I think it was last week, and told that I could provide one floater or one full-time SRO back in Goldsboro. And he agreed to that. And then later that day is when the county issued their letter. And from what I'm being told, the letter basically said, you're either in or you're out. You're either going to provide SROs or you're not. We're not going to play.
My take on it was they wanted to know what we were going to do or not do, i.e. one person, 2, 3. I think they'd take whatever they can get.
And I think that decision would be more powerful coming from the council and arbitrarily from the chief, not to demise or to demean your status or anything like that. But this is elevated up from you to myself and the chairman of the commission and so forth. This is another thing we talked about last Saturday at the ribbon cutting. So I think that to give this decision credence, that it should be a council decision. Would you?
I agree.
Okay. And that
Well, just to clarify, it's never been a council decision in the past. The
understand.
agreement is currently with the Wayne County Public Schools and the chief of police. That's it. The mayor hasn't signed, the manager hasn't signed, so he's providing a resource. So it's not like we're trying to go around council, but now council's coming in on top of the issue and saying, hey, we'd like to address it, obviously, and what you do going forward is.
Well, I don't know, maybe we don't have, I think we do need to do something to support the decision, okay? Either make a decision or support your ability. I'll put it like that, your ability or limitation to only support one. Whatever, Ron, whatever you think is best or acceptable.
And I think you need to give them authority to contract one. You can always go back and amend it.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's just simply, if somebody, just make a motion and you give the authority for him to contract for one full-time SR position at Goldsboro High School, and that's all the authority he's got to enter a contract to do at this point.
Okay.
I make a motion that we commit to the one SRO officer at Goldsboro High School with the possibility of amending it in the future with the options that we were given tonight.
Okay. You heard the motion, is there a second? Got a second. Any further discussion?
Do you, I'm sorry, I was reading the letter. Do you mind repeating your motion?
Okay, so I make a motion that we go along with the recommendation of the one SRO of Goldsboro High School with the possibility of amending it with the ideas that you both gave.
Okay, we have a second.
Gene
Yeah,
second.
we got a second. I was wait for Ms. Matthews. All in favor of the proposed contract with the future potential of amendment, raise your hand. Okay, it's unanimous. Thank you, Chief.
Thanks. Thank you.
We'll get the contract drawn up and get it to you, Chief, as soon as possible. Okay. If there's no further business, motion to adjourn.
So moved.
So move.
Second.